Good afternoon and welcome to Stockton Unified District Board Meeting in 1503 Saints Mars Plaza, Stockton, California, 95207. Roll call. Christina, thank you.
In order to help assure compliance with the Brown Act and in order to make our board meetings more effective and more efficient, trustees will speak only when recognized, and trustees who speak on a topic other than the agenda item currently under consideration will be out of order. President Cecilia Mendez,
Present.
Clerk Alicia Rico,
Present.
Trustee Maria Mendez,
Present.
Trustee Zachary Avalar,
Present.
Trustee Scott McBrien,
Here.
Trustee Angel Ann Flores.
Present.
Thank you. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you. You skip Vice President.
My apologies. Vice President Raymond Zulueta.
Present.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Christina. Item 1.3, oral suggestions and comments from the community regarding open session agendas, item section 1 on closed session. Back to you, Abby.
Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Trustees, we have one comment card for a closed session item 2.1. Comment is from Mr. David Sengte. Mr. Sengte, please come up to the podium and mic. Thank you.
Sure. Hey, everybody. Y'all doing well? It's summer break. Ready? Timer. Okay, so I wanted to comment on 2.1 because with the abrupt resignation of John Ramirez, we have to be deliberate and diligent in our efforts in appointing an interim superintendent and a permanent superintendent with a contract. Once again, we're nominating one and appointing one during closed session, during a board meeting. And I feel as if that the public has a right to see who the options are for interim superintendent and deserves to have at least a say in this decision. Once again, the board is going against recommendations in the 2021 grand jury report in regards to superintendent turnover rate and budgetary mismanagement, because we will be having to pay the rest of Mr. Ramirez's contract. And I know that many people share these same beliefs, and we'd like to become more involved in the process of appointing a superintendent. Of course, we have the say in voting for a county superintendent and a state superintendent. But again, the one that matters the most, at least in my opinion, to the students is the district superintendent. And we have little to no say in who is in the position. And we can see for the past about 10 years, we've had turnover where I don't think a superintendent has completed the full term of their contract, which is really disappointing. And again, we're seeing that happen again. And I'm just saying it's disappointing to see Mr. Ramirez, who has served a full year, which is good for him. He has served a full year. There are still 2 more years in that contract. And we're still having to pay for that, even though he's still not in that position. So I do oppose the appointment of any hire for the interim superintendent process. And I urge the board to hold this process for the public to not only view and witness, but to also actively engage in. I mean, let's talk about actively engaging the public, students, staff, parents, and community members in the process of selecting an interim superintendent and a permanent superintendent with a contractual position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David.
This concludes comments for item 1.3. Back to you, President Mendez.
Thank you. Do we have anything in 1.4 public employee dismissal release?
President Mendez, no, there's nothing for that item.
Thank you. 1.5, announcements of board will consider in closed session, and it's going to be by Vice President Raymond Zuleta.
Thank you, Madam President. The items that we're going to consider in closed sessions are 2.1, public employee appointment, certificated resignation, retirement, rescind employment offer, deceased appointment. 2.2, public employee appointment, classified, leave of absence, resignation, retirement, rescind employment offer, appointment. 2.3, public employee appointment, professional expert coaches appointment. 2.4, conference with labor negotiator. 2.5, public employee discipline, dismissal, release. 2.6, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. 2.7, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. 2.8, student expulsions. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Zuleta. We're gonna go to 1.6, recess to close session, and Christina will read the oral announcements. Thank you.
The board will now recess to closed session. Upon return from closed session, all microphones will be muted until the board president reconvenes to open session. Thank you.
Welcome to our board meeting of Stockton Unified District, June 14, 2022, regular board meeting. Item 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance led by Christina Alejo, Chief Executive Secretary.
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have item 4.2, moment of silence. So Mrs. Betty Choice Paul. Also, a few more words for my Vice President, Raymond Zuleta. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I also wanted to make sure that we include another community member, Ms. Kathleen Gapusan, as well. She was one of our, community members who would, make appearances not only at our school board meetings, but also at our city meetings. I know that her and Miss Betty, were both pillars of our community. And I reached out to Miss Betty's family and asked if it would be appropriate for us to do both moments of silence at the same time. So we'll go ahead and do that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Thank you so much. Now we have
Madam President, if I may have the floor.
yes,
I will submit another name it was actually an employee of the district that worked for 30 years. He as well has passed away, but I'll submit that information to Ms. Cristina Alejo so we can put it on next board agenda so we can do the moment assignments as well. Thank you.
thank you.
Could you give us the name if chance, just while we're here?
I'll look it up in the obituary. Because his services are gonna be Eliseo Serna.
Thank you.
I'll send it to Ms. Cristina Alejo and she'll send it out to the entire board. Thank you.
Thank you. for
May I
this
have the
item.
floor?
Yes, and we also have a small certificate that Angel and Flores is gonna provide right now.
Yeah, I also want to acknowledge Miss Betty Joyce Paul, who contributed to many years to Stockton Unified as a teacher, counselor, and she also, after retirement, became an after-school tutor while she resided in the community of All Nations. which is a resident of low-income housing that I myself come from and lived there for a long time. And so I would like to bring the family up to recognize in her place Ms. Gwendolyn and her family to receive the certificate of recognition for all the work. And I just want to give a story about I got to speak at her funeral, and I really got a kick out of the story to the family. I know it's culture when an elder asks quality time. She was a pro at making sure that her family members massage her feet and her legs. And not only that, I also found it very sweet that she was a rapper and taught her kids how to rap. So she even did that as a form of literacy. So she made that in her family. And after family member, we all rubbed her legs. And so that was their family trait. And I need her secret because I need that for my family.
Thank you so much, trustee Flores, to our superintendent in his absence, to the president, trustee Mendez, to all of the trustees, to all of Stockton Unified officials, and to our community. It is a pleasure and honor to be here tonight to receive this recognition for my sister. On her behalf, I won't hold up the meeting, but I just wanted to just say thank you. And also just to share just a few things right quick. My sister, as trustee Flores said, she retired from Stockton Unified due to a stroke. And then with that, she was employed for over 3 decades with primary with Franklin. And her goal was working with special education. She continued to serve in the capacity of an educator and also an elder in our village throughout Southeast Stockton. Literacy and education was her foundation. I too am a recipient of her generosity and also her love for education. I was a high school dropout from Edison High School. I couldn't read or write out of the 10th grade and went to Sacramento Job Corps. And through my sister's encouragement, I am now a doctoral student at the University of the Pacific. And so I will continue her legacy. I will continue the foundations that she has poured into me and laid into me. And I will do that in service of others in my community. And hopefully one day I too will be a trustee of the Stockton Unified School District. I do plan to run. And lastly, I ask that you pray for our family and with no disrespect, we do have to leave following this. We have suffered 2 additional deaths in our family in 2 days. My niece was killed on June the 7th in a hit and run on West Lane. And my nephew was shot and killed in Oak Park 2 days later on Thursday. And that person was Betty Paul's grandson. And so her son, she only had 1 son. So he had to lay his mother to rest on May 13th. And now he has to lay his son to rest. So I stand as a matriarch of our family now and to help him through this process. So we've been going all day with victim witness. And so we wanted to come here and let you know that your prayers are needed because that's a triple death in our family. So we had planned for more, but because of that, they couldn't come. So thank you so much for everyone.
Thank you. Now we go to 4.3, announces of action taken in closed session. If we have any, they will be by our Vice President, Raymond Zuleta. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. So the first item is item 2.1. And the first part of that item was a motion to appoint Dr. Francine Baird to interim superintendent position effective July 1st, 2022. The motion carried 4-3. The three, excuse me, 4-2 to, no, sorry, 4-3, excuse me. The 3 no votes were trustees Flores, Maria Mendez, and Rico. The rest of item 2.1 was passed by a 4-2 no votes, trustees Flores and Maria Mendez, and 1 abstention, trustee Rico. Item 2.2 was a motion to approve employee appointment classified, leave of absence, resignation, retirement. And so there was the motion carried 4-0 to 3. The 3 abstentions were trustees Flores, Mendez, and Rico. And then there was a motion in 2.2 as well to approve Lieutenant Myra Franco for interim police chief retroactive to June 11th, 2022. And that motion was unanimous. Item 2.3 is public employee appointment professional coaches. That item passed unanimously. Item 2.4, no action was taken in 2.4. Item 2.5, there was a motion to terminate the employment of a classified employee. The motion carried 5-1 no and 1 abstention. The no was trustee Flores. The abstention was trustee Rico. There was another motion to terminate the employment of a classified employee. That motion carried 6-0 to 1 abstention. That abstention was trustee Flores. There was a motion to terminate the employment of a classified employee. That motion carries 6-0 to 1 abstention. That abstention was trustee Flores. There's a motion to release a probationary classified employee. That motion carries 5-0 to 2 abstentions. The abstentions are trustees Flores and Rico. And a motion to authorize a wait, Dr. Lipton, is this one reportable? Excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Lipton. Item 2.6, there's a motion to respond to the complaint in the Diaz case. That motion carries unanimously. There is a motion to ratify the response to the complaint in the Freeman case. That motion carried unanimously. There was a motion to ratify the settlement agreement in the Hernandez case. That motion passed unanimously. Item 2.7, there was a motion to reject the claim of Susana Torres due to being untimely. That motion carried unanimously. And last but not least, there's a motion to reject the claim of Alyssa Hinosos, and that motion carried unanimously. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Solera. Now we're gonna go to 4.4, approval. Back to you, Christina.
This is the opportunity for the Board of Trustees to make any changes to the order of the agenda. Otherwise, the order of agenda will be as published. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, may I have the floor?
Yes, you can, sir.
I'd like to pull item 6.10 and then also pull 7.1. In the interest of time, I want to have that one brought back to the next board meeting for informational. So once again, that's 6.10 and 7.1.
We have 6.10, 7.1, and those are for coming into the next board meeting for the time. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd also like to. I'd like to pull 6.19.
Point of order, because it's
Yes.
4.1 It's not actually on the 6.1 in order for us to move consent items to action items. Is this, we're gonna be actually pulling, trustee Flores? Actual pull?
I want to pull it for action, for discussion.
Oh, okay, that will be under 6.1. Thank you.
So if no one else has any other ones they want to pull from the thing in full, then we can vote on these two. And then the rest of them are their consent agenda.
Can we
go
do
to the
that?
next.
President Mendez,
Yes, Mr. Doctor.
then I would recommend there be a motion to accept the agenda except for the two items that trustee Zulueta asked to be removed from the agenda.
7.1.
7.1, I wanted to pull it in the interest of time. That way we can have that brought back before the end of this month, and it's still timely for fiscal calendar.
Any more questions? So we can vote for this one?
And then I want to pull for
Well-
for
Excuse me, Mr. Solera?
So we need to vote for them, and then we'll go to the consent agenda if there's no other pulls you want. All right, so I'll make a motion to approve the order, the agenda, except for 6.10 and 7.1.
I will second that. If there's no more discussion, let's get it to the vote. Everybody who agree, say aye.
Aye.
I.
If every trustee could possibly use the microphone so we can actually have it on the recording, I would greatly appreciate it. Aye.
Then thank you, Mrs. Mendez. Let's do the call again. Okay. Everybody agree, say hi.
Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstain? Motion passes. Let's continue with you, Mrs. Angela Flores, what you request. 5.1. Oral suggestions and comments from the community regarding open session agendas items. Abby will read the announcement.
Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Trustees, we have 2 comment cards for item 5.1. Both comments are from Miss Angela Pascual. Ms. Pascual, please come up to the podium and mic for item 6.10 first. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here representing Felice Bryson Perez, STA President, as the leadership team is on a retreat. We're speaking to 6.10, correct? The notes from Felice would ask that the board pull this item, which I believe it was pulled as it wasn't placed through STA. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Angela Pascual.
Next comment card is from Miss Angela Pascual regarding item 6.18. Thank you.
Hello, guys. Once again, I'm here tonight representing Felice, our STA president. The leadership team is in Monterey at a planning conference. She wanted to remind the board that although the contract was ratified late, that we want to be mindful that the district is required to survey all teachers concurrently with the association for PD offerings. All such surveys need to be designed jointly by the district and the association, with all survey results being immediately available to parties. The PD offerings should acknowledge and reflect the survey results, but they need not be exclusively limited to the survey findings. And she also added that these needs may dictate additional PD offerings outside of the survey results. So in a nutshell, she just wants to remind us that as we get ready to go for our July 25th and 26th PDs, that the Teachers Association be included in the identification of the teacher needs and designing of the courses offered. And we do understand that there was a time challenge due to the late ratification of the contract. She also sends her best regards to the selection of the interim superintendent, and we look forward in working in conjunction with Dr. Baird and to moving the education forward for our students, which should be our primary concern here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Angela Pascual.
This concludes comments for item 5.1. Back to you, President Mendez.
Thank you. Now we have 6.1, approval consent items. Abby will read the oral announcements.
Does any trustee have any item they would like removed for separate consideration as an action item? After any items are removed for separate consideration, there will be a vote on the consent items without any discussion. Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes, Maria Mendez.
I would like to put consent item 6.14, 6.18, 6.19, 6.26, 6.28, 631, 632, 635, 638, and 639 for action.
It is asked by Maria Mendez, 614, 618, 619, 626, 628, 631, 632, 635, 638, 639 to be moved to action. Anybody have any more items?
She called the ones I was gonna pull. Beat us to the punch, Mendez.
So let's vote to the rest of the 6.1 to be approved consent items. I need a first and a second.
I'll do the first to approve the rest of the consent agenda, Madam President.
Scott Bryan second. Everybody agree? Say hi.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion pass. Unanimous. All together, 7. 6.2. We have 614, approval for professional developed service for SUSD and STA teachers, professional development days. I need a first and a second.
First.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes. The reason I pulled this is because there are in other agenda items, as Ms. Pascual mentioned that they had questions. And I would like to, for record, and for our minutes, was this services and actually training or growth or anything else was actually communicated or bargaining with the STA? Because it is says SUSD and STA teachers professional development days. Because I seen that this, not this agenda item, but there's several other agenda items. And then the dates and times and locations are going to be different. How are we going to be able to accommodate those actual district staff and teachers if they wanted to go more than one? When a lot of the departments are not communicated with that with STA and also with among yourselves. Anybody can answer those questions?
Villaseñor, please respond.
Yes, thank you for asking. As you know, there's a lot of work that comes into the planning and preparation, and after every PD, surveys are distributed to STA members for feedback. And in this particular case, the planning started in the late February. and conversations regarding the plans for the next school year, actually almost immediately following our January 31st PD day. And much of the feedback and the planning did stem and originate from our STA curriculum specialist, and in collaboration with their constituents and the individuals that they support throughout the district. And as an Ed Services team, we are being very supportive in that we want to align our district leadership training to what it is that the STA members have identified here as desired supports. So as leaders and STA members, we're committed to partnering together and being responsive to our curriculum specialist vision and direction relative to the items selected.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Ready for,
Madam President, sorry. So I noticed there's a couple of professional development ones that we pulled for action item. Have all those gone through a similar process? I'm sure we're gonna ask those same questions. But I was just trying to make sure that none of those missed out on an opportunity for STA to give their consideration on them. Would it be fair to say that each one of them went through that similar process?
Yes, many of the, well, in terms of STA executive board, may be a different layer of conversation per our ratified agreement, which was addressed in the previous statement. But yes, these are all supportive of adopted curriculum and training that has been desired. And this is provided to us by our curriculum specialist feedback from STA members throughout the district.
Thank you.
is any more comments? Ready to vote? Anybody who agreed to this, say aye.
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 Abstains? Opposed? Motion passed. Now we have 618, approval to provide professional development to SUSD K-5 teachers by studies weekly. I need a first and a second to start the discussion.
I'll do the first, Madam President.
I will do the second. Discussion,
Yes, on the cover sheet of this agenda item, it says nonprofit agency, mark yes or no, and it says no, but there's no name. So who's gonna be giving the trainings for this professional development?
Villaseñor, can you please respond?
Yes, it will be the organization that's been identified. And this is the resource that is used for our social studies teachers. So it will be our, or the Studies Weekly organization members providing PD.
Have we utilized them for how many years?
I would have to get back to you on the exact number of years.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Ready for the vote? Everybody agree, say aye.
Aye.
Abstain? Noes? Motion passed. Unanimous. 619, approval independent contractor agreement with NSS Moving Services. I need a first and a second.
I'll do the first, Madam President.
second.
We have a first and a second discussion.
Yes. Utilizing this moving company, is there going to be an assigned or appointed SUSD personnel to see the oversight of per department, per building, so nothing can get lost or misplaced or damaged? Because, I mean, it's a moving company. If you guys, the way I picture it is just hire them, go ahead, take this, move it over there. I mean, how's the transition gonna be? How smooth? Because there are important documentations, books from every single department. I would like some feedback, if possible.
Mrs. Villaseñor?
This
This-
one's
Mr. Battle,
Yes,
please?
actually,
Yeah.
you may. But I am going to invite Mr. Armando Orozco to come up and just speak about the moving process. And I can assure you, this is a very thorough and very involved process. You want to comment on it?
Thank you, Mrs. Armando. Please come to the podium and thank you for your time.
Hello, everybody. So yes, we are going to have point persons at each department we move out. And we'll have people at the Coleman building themselves directing, make sure everyone goes in their correct cubicles. We've sent out labels, boxes, primarily for the move is going to be, again, boxes, documentation. We're not bringing furniture over to the new building as the building is completely furnished. So we don't have the risk of breaking furniture and stuff like that. So it's primarily boxes, documentation that's coming over. And again, we will have point person at each place to assure that each item's loaded. So we have IS department unhooking the computers the day before. Moving company moves it. We're going to go be right behind them. I'm actually going to be the point person at each one of the sites. Amna Javed, our planner, will be at the Coleman building as we've been planning where everyone's going, and she will assure each box and each set of equipment goes into each cubicle without damage. So we'll watch it on the truck and off the truck.
My other question, now that you're up here. If this was approved in May 10th board meeting, how come it's coming back to the board as consent item with an actual contract?
So we would approve the process. We approved so we was out for bid still. So we approved the dollar amounts. Now we're amending the contract. So in the future, this is a new, our document set that I had mentioned how we're doing our new projects. So together in the future, they'll come back together. So you'll see them instead of separate items like they have been the last couple of contracts we sent through. So again, in the future, you will see them together at one time.
And last time, because I was not here, I was actually
problem.
ill. They want to make sure, that that I wasn't COVID positive. So the thing is, was there an RFP done?
We put it out for bid. For the dollar amount, we put it out to bid. We reached out to a few movers. We actually had 2 show up, but we did invite 8 movers that we found in Stockton. Everywhere we sent it out to them it was a bid, not an RFP.
How long is it going to take for the move?
2 weeks. Yeah, so the company is bringing 3-4 trucks, whatever they need. We start this Saturday, actually. So it's going to be a massive effort to get everybody over there within a 2-week time frame.
No, because you mentioned that there's no furniture is going to be moved. What
Correct.
are we going to do with this furniture? Because this is one of the buildings.
Yeah, so this building in particular will be the only building we completely empty during the move because we leased the building. We end this lease July 31. So the furniture of value is going to go back to the warehouse and to the warehouse so that we could keep track of it, log it, inventory it. We've inventoried older furniture that has no value anymore. So we're going to discard the really older stuff. This stuff's really nice. So we're going to keep the furniture. The district office and Channel Street, the other 2 buildings, we're going to inventory that furniture and allow sites to have dibs at the furniture. So we're not going to discard any of it. All of it will be eventually moved to the school sites.
Hopefully my last question.
No worries, no worries. Let's go away, let's go away.
Do they have liability just in case their employees damage, say the computers, electronic systems?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's
it's
in the contract. It's in their contract as well. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions?
Question. So did you guys provide us the bids for all the other agencies that bid on it?
We could provide those. Honestly, I can't remember if we did on the last bid, but we have those.
So I just have a concern that you guys go out and you get these contracts with them. You start the process because they've already started with us, right? They've already provided us with the boxes and everything that they need to start the movement.
We're purchasing the boxes from them.
Okay, so we haven't even approved it. We're approving it today.
Correct. The move and it's a short time frame. It was a short time frame, so I completely agree. So we approved the budget, we did the bid, and then we needed boxes. We needed moving supplies, and so irregardless of the outcome of the bid, we were still purchasing boxes at wholesale pricing. And then the actual move and labor of the commencement of the contract starts this weekend.
If I could just request going forward, when you guys do things like this, can you make sure that we approve something before you guys start the process? Because we're moving forward without even board approval. Before today, right?
Absolutely.
And that's not good.
Yeah.
So
I'd like to.
So please let us know before you bring it to
I'd like
us.
to make a point of clarification, Trustee Flores. Our summary of the item actually says that there was a previously approved contract and this is the final negotiated amount. And so it's just to reflect and update us on the final negotiated amount outside of what we initially approved. If I'm understanding that correct,
Absolutely.
Mr. Orozco.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions?
Yes. Well, the cover sheet going back,
Yeah.
it states May 10th, 2021. How can it take a whole year?
May 10th. or?
May 10th, 2021. That's the actual year on the summary section of the cover sheet.
Okay, yeah, in all honesty,
Mr. Roscoe, I just had another point of clarification. I was gonna say, we wouldn't use these services until it's time to move, is what I would understand. So we approved them knowing that a year ahead, we would be here now, right?
correct.
Thank you,
correct,
sir.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to procure the services till this weekend.
Thank you. Any more comments? Here now, ready for the vote?
Okay, thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
No.
Absent?
Abstain.
Motion carries 5-1-1. Now we got 626, review and approval the 2021-2022 California State Preschool Program. Self-evaluation 2022-23 preschool handbook and universal or kindergarten planning and implementation plan draft. I need a first and a second.
I'll do the first, Madam President.
I do the second. Discussion.
Yes.
Mrs. Mendez,
How does this program works?
Mrs. Villaseñor,
I
please
mean, because it
respond.
says program self-evaluation.
Yes, we have our ECE directors here to give us specifics regarding the expansion of our UTK program and requirements associated.
Thank you, ladies, for your time. Thank you for coming.
Good evening, trustees. How are you doing? Good. Okay, so you would like to know how the self-evaluation works. So the self-evaluation is mandated by the California Department of Education. They require us to evaluate our program. We utilize various tools to evaluate. We use our assessments from our program, which is called the DRDP assessment. We also utilize our ECHRS, which is an environmental rating scale where we have to rate our environment. And we also use parent survey data as well. And so they have these tools that we fill out. We collect all the data from all of the classrooms and the assessment data from our DRDP assessment system. And then based off that, we analyze all the data to get together as a collective group. And then based on the data, we make some recommendations moving forward for the following year. And so the self-evaluation this year changed a bit from the previous years. It used to be a little bit more easier to read. And so this year it's a little bit disjointed, and I'm sure we're providing the CDE with that feedback. It's not as easier to, it doesn't flow as nicely, let's put it that way. But it has a plan. It's all planned out of what we're providing for the following year in terms of the procedures that we're putting in place, the professional development that we're putting in place, as well as how we are addressing the parent surveys and what the parents are saying about our program. And so how satisfied they are, as well as some of the suggestions that they make for our overall program.
Follow-up question. Was the other program more effective than this one? For the self-evaluation program?
It's
easier.
It's a little bit, the tools that they have us use, a little bit more easier to read. On this one, it's just the way the format is laid out, it just seems a little bit just disjointed the way that it's reading out right now. And so, but it's still, there's a plan in there, and we addressed the plan, and it has been approved by CDE already. We submitted it, they've approved it. But now the second piece to it is that it requires for the board to review the plan. And then also we are here to accept commentary about the plan.
I mean, because you also said you receive feedback from parents and staff as well and everything else, and you already have sent it to the CDE and they
Yes.
already approved it.
They already approved it.
I mean, because, which is a good thing.
It's part of the process that, we submitted on June 1st. We've already received the approval back on June 6th. Yes. So on June 6th, our analyst said it was approved. And so, but part of the process, we have to bring it to the board for you to review it. So
Thank
So
you.
you know what our
Appreciate it.
plan is for next year.
Thank you.
Any more questions? None, get ready for for the vote. Everybody who agree, say hi.
Aye.
Aye.
Any abstains? No names? Motion passed unanimous. Now we have 6.628, approval agreement to furnish consulting service with Sabas Learning Company, IDLIT, and ELD Companion Development for Curriculum and Instruction Professional Development. I need a first and a second for this item.
I'll do the first. I'll second.
Second, discussion
Discussion.
that you can proceed.
Thank
Mrs.
you.
Mendez.
How does this company be able to apply the California Ed codes and guidelines when in this actual organization or company is based in Arizona, which their laws, educational codes and guidelines are very different from California?
The ILIT is the board adopted ELD curriculum that we use in our district. And the company, while it remains and resides in Arizona, per the board approval, has met the criteria and was a listed resource through our CDE website when it was researched and approved. So what we're asking to do here is to provide professional development, because when the adoption came through, it was pre-pandemic. Coming back full in person, it's an opportunity to restart and maximize the utilization of this resource for the instructional purposes.
Any more questions?
Have we used this company before? I don't really recall
Yes, this is what we use for our ELD instruction.
it. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Do we have positive feedback from this? Do you have any type of like remarks, comments, quotes, or anything?
Well, I could say that our reclassification rates, if they're an indicator to the instructional success, and we'll review on the 28th, we have over 1,000 students eligible for reclassification. That could be attributed to process, but also diving deeper into the instructional practices will yield greater results.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's any more questions, let's get ready for the vote. Everybody who agreed to this item, say aye.
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 Hi.
Any opposed? No? Thank you. 7-7. To 631, approval to allow 10 teachers and the science curriculum specialist to attend the California Association of Science Teachers in Palm Springs, California, October 14, 16, 2022. I need a first and a second.
I'll first. I'll do the second.
We have a first and second. We are ready for discussion.
Discussion.
You can proceed.
Thank you. How are the teachers are going to be selected for this training? Because it says only 10 teachers. I mean, we have more than that.
We do. It would be the steering committee members would have the first opportunity. And we would also want to ensure that we would have enough sub coverage during these days. However, we do find value in the science training, given the fact that science metrics will be revealed on the dashboard, and we could definitely develop some experts amongst our team. And but it is our steering committee members that are going to be given the first opportunities, as they will be contributing to the conversations monthly.
Follow-up question. So if there only 10 teachers are going, or the experts, are they going to be able to be the trainer, so they can actually come back and to be able to actually train other teachers within the district?
Yes, that is the idea as we're shifting forward, and the desire for sustainability and to build capacity within our instructors is to invest in our staff so they can come back and be the leaders and provide the trainings in this area.
That's good. I mean, because it doesn't say anything like that in the cover sheet. That's why I asked that question. Thank you.
Will they
Any
be
more
able,
questions?
can I request that when they do, that we put it on the board agenda for them to be able to come back and let us know how the training was and what they learned and what the plan is with that?
Definitely. I appreciate that support.
Can point of record that trustee Flores is recommending when they come back from the training that it be put on the agenda?
We will look into that.
Thank you.
The time is right. Thank you. No more questions. Ready for the vote? Everybody who agree in this item, say aye.
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 Any abstains? Names? Motion pass. Unanimous. 632, approval on benchmark education to provide professional development for July 25 and July 26, 2022. I need a first and a second for that.
I'll do the first. I'll second.
We have first and a second, ready for discussion.
Yes.
Maria Mendez, ready.
Would this training will be in person, virtual? How's this gonna work? Because there's actually no dates in the cover sheet. Was this vetted? I mean, because I know on the section that is for the board to approve, it says July 25th and 26th. But I mean,
So benchmark is our adopted English curriculum. The professional development is going to happen all over the district. So we're creating a schedule to accommodate the 4,000 plus staff members that will be receiving training. And so we will schedule for the benchmark to come in. This is the organization, the curricular resources available to us, and to ensure we're using not just the text that we've invested in, but the digital resources online for maximum understanding and use. And again, this is a curricular resource adopted just before the pandemic, and coming back into person, we want to definitely ground ourselves in high quality first instruction.
how are they gonna be, are they gonna be the training? Because I know there's the beginners, the advanced, the professionals, the excels. Because I know when I was working for the district, I was myself personally was frustrated going into a training when it was the beginners for the after school program facilitators. I mean, because we have veteran teachers and staff. I mean, how is that gonna look? Give us a just.
So in some of the options that have been selected and provided, there's grade level specific. So it could be like second grade, third grade to make it relative. And then scaffolding the resources through the beginner versus the advanced. So it's definitely something that is, once we have board approval, we create the schedule so that it could be modified to meet the needs of our unique professionals.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Comment? These are the things I like to see on the agenda. Dual language is one of the things that I really want to support. And so thank you for that.
If there's no more conversation, let's get ready for the vote. Everybody who agrees, say aye.
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 Any no? Abstentions? Unanimous. Motion passed. Now we go, what? Now we go to 635, purchase order, board report of the month of May 22nd. We need a first and a second.
I'll do the first, Madam President. I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Let's have the discussion.
Discussion.
Maria Mendez.
Thank you. In the future, moving forward, I would like to see this type of agenda items into actions, because that will give the board to vote with the options to vote, either to approve it, not approve it, or abstain it. Because under the consent item, it's just like rubber stamping it. As I have seen in the past, that some of these agenda items come back and forth, even though that board has approved it before a couple months later, then it comes back to ratify it because they made changes on the actual vendor codes to the actual bills, which that's understandable because I know we're going through some audits, then we have to make those corrections. That's my only request for this type of agenda items to come to the board on moving forward, starting for next board meeting as an action item instead of a consent item. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam President.
Yes.
Or excuse me, point of clarification. Dr. Lipton, Is that something that we could ask as individual trustees, or does that kind of throw off what we've been doing? Because I've only ever seen it under consent agenda, and I mean, that doesn't stop us from pulling it. We do it every meeting. So to ask for that restructure, I just want to make sure that that's appropriate, Dr. Lipton.
That's really something that should be either approved by the board or directed by the board president in the development of the agenda.
Thank you, sir.
Comment?
Thank you. Any more comments?
We've requested that before. That's been one of my issues with these reports. One of the questions that well, first, let me back up. There's no codes on here. Again, I've asked for that. We had them, now they're gone again. On all documents of spending money. Two, I haven't been able to get, I've been asking around what was the reason for spending ESSER funding on a hotel? Was it a conference? Was it health? What was the reason for spending that on that? And then I see some other payments on here for Burger King, Chick-fil-A, and it's using LCAP, LCFF. So is that an event that they used the money for?
Mr. Battle?
Where do you see those ones, Flores?
I'll answer in general because I'm not sure which items those are referring to, but the ESSER as an example, it depends on how it is presented in our budget. A lot of the ESSER funds, some are for professional development, for training. If in this particular case with the hotels, if the staff were going to let's say a ESSER professional development training, and they were staying at a hotel, then that would be an authorized expense for those grant funds. And the other ones regarding food, once again, if they're having a staff professional development or something and they're utilizing funds, those are authorized uses of funds from my understanding, under ESSER.
Going forward, can you please include the codes and the reason where that money was directed or what it was paid for? Because this is not very transparent.
Point of just clarification. I was looking at kind of some of those. I looked them up really quick. It does say like attendance incentives or LCAP, LCFF. So that might be what you're asking for. But Trustee Flores, I would say maybe we could send an email with the exact references by the code. That way they could provide those direct answers. I think Mr. Battle's office might be able to do that directly. Would that be okay, Mr. Battle?
Yes, for those specific items.
Thank you, sir.
I stated what I stated and I stand by what I stated. I want codes and I want a clear explanation, and this is not very transparent. Thank you.
Thank
Trustee
you.
Rico?
Yes, Trustee
Yeah,
Rico?
I'm totally agree with Trustee Flores because this is a crazy. The amount that I see right here. Wow. No way.
Any more comments? Here none. Get ready for the vote. The vote. All agree, say yes.
Aye.
Anybody who disagree? None.
No.
No.
Abstain?
I'm saying.
Yeah, motion. 4 yeses, motion pass. 2 noes, 1 abstention. Now we go to item 638, approval memorandum of understanding MOU with the San Joaquin County Office of Education and Stockton Unified District for the use of a Stockton High School campus of the One Charter Elementary Academy for the 2022-2023 school year. We need a first and a second.
Motion.
First by Maria
I'll do the
Mendez,
second.
second by Vice President. Let's get to the discussion. Maria Mendez.
Thank you. So I know that I have brought this up to previous and former superintendentes or acting or interim, whoever was in the seat. that our district is not providing the appropriate bathrooms and recess equipment to the students, even though they belong to San Joaquin Office of Education, because they have been placed at a high school level. The bathrooms are for high schools. They're not even, because this students are actually, they're disabled. They're special ed.
No, these students are homeless.
Oh, they're homeless because I
That's
know that
correct. This
there's
is at,
actually-
yeah, this is at Stockton High. And we've had a long-standing relationship with San Joaquin County Office of Ed. So they brought a couple of portables over to Stockton High and we've just housed them there. So this is maybe you might be thinking about a different program, but this
No,
one's the
because
same.
Stockton High School is the school that I represent. And
Yes.
some of the students, they're actually, I seen them that they're special ed. I know that because I seen them, I've been to my site and I have maybe not all of them, even though they're homeless, they're still special ed.
Okay.
But we're not providing the right equipment for these babies. We don't have no recess equipment for them for years. And I keep on bringing it up. And that's why I'm bringing it up right here, right now, because it's the right place at the right time for this agenda item. I mean, I support it no matter what, but we need to start looking for a better location for the students or provide something for them. Because even when they're eating, there's no cafeteria. Where do they go? I mean, SUSD gets money from San Joaquin Office of Education to house the students here. And what are we doing with that funding? We're not even reinventing it back to those students at all. That's what my main concern is: safety, for them to be happy, to be, like level bathrooms for them. That's what I'm asking.
Comment.
Yeah, Mrs. Kama-Bryant?
I'd worked at County Office of Ed in conjunction with special ed through Stockton Unified. I did that for 3 years, so I gained expertise. What I know is that in places like the Field of Dreams, where they did this out at the juvenile hall, the kids didn't have a place to eat outside except in chairs or in the classroom. And that's how we did it. There was no getting around that. It wasn't my choice. They had restrooms attached to the rooms, but the places to eat, the cafeterias, no. So many of these things you're asking about might not be something that we can supply. County offices chose to and asked us to provide these buildings, and that's great that we can provide them. And the big problem that we were having with taking them all the way out to Manteca for the services there, it was a long way to go. Now we are closer. So this is a nice facility to have for the area for these kids. It's not as far to go. I'd say it's better to service them where they're at than where they were. So there's a lot of thinking that we need to put into this. I would much rather see better facilities. Yeah, you're right. This was more set up as a high school, but now we have little ones there. I'd like to see us do more for those little ones. And it's at least great to know that we're at least getting them closer to us, but we're not giving them lesser services than they had before. I want you to be aware of that. Thank you.
How long have they been there? I didn't even know they were there.
Yeah, they've been there for a while, because that's what I had asked too. They usually have a 5-year lease, but since 2021, it's been year by year.
I just found out. I just saw this thing and I go, oh, wow, we got county office over at our facilities. That is a great question. How long?
Yeah, I'll get
It
back
was
to you on that.
before my time being on the board.
It's been quite a while.
It's a long time they've been there?
Yes.
So they
It's
have
my
been
8th year
and
here right
county
now.
was-
Wow.
Oh, wait,
Yes,
wait a
it's
second,
been
you're right.
longstanding. That's
Okay.
correct. And as of right now, Trustee Mendez, there isn't money that we get from them. That's part of the agreement. There's no cost to us or to them. And we can definitely look into what you're saying though. So thank you.
Oh, yes, definitely. I mean, especially something to provide with them. I know that we have ESSER funds, so we can do a little playground for them or do something else. I mean, for them to feel welcome. I mean, I know we need to reinvest the whole site there because the bathrooms and the portables, they're not going to be up to par pretty soon. Anyway, thank you.
I need to re-inject. I now remember them being there, and I would periodically show up on a transfer, and that's all I was allowed. These are the lost stepchildren of San Joaquin County. This is actually somewhat tragic as far as I remember. Yeah, these kids go way back. I was serving them in about 2012. I think that's a good idea that we take a much harder look at better service.
Thank you. Is any more discussion about this item? Here none, ready for the vote? Everybody who agrees, say aye.
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 Any abstains? Noes? Motion passed unanimous. Now we go to 6.39, approval agreement for training with Power School for Business Plus Boot Camp. I need a first and a second.
I'll do the first, Madam President.
We have a first and a second discussion.
Discussion.
Maria Mendez?
As I was looking at the cover sheet, it doesn't say which funding source is gonna come out of this dollar amount. And besides that, how many employees are we talking about?
This, yes, this will come out of general fund. And I'm sorry, I missed the second. How many?
How many employees are gonna be part of this?
This is any employees within the human resources or payroll or accounting, finance that need training on our accounting and finance system. So it is really based on the number of hours we use within the training program. So
Follow-up question, because it does say Zoom, so it's virtual. Or the directors, supervisors, managers gonna appoint the staff when and assign them when to take the trainings? Or each employee is gonna actually just say, I wanna take this training this day at this time, and who they report that, or how you guys gonna keep track of the employees that have taken the training?
yeah, so that we get the maximum efficiency, what we normally do is coordinated to get the maximum number of employees in a training because we are being charged by the hour. So we would normally coordinate that among managers, and then they would make sure any employees that are new or that require training are part of that cohort of training.
Is the assistant superintendents and our CBO gonna take, also attend this training?
They could at their discretion.
Thank you.
Any more comments? Here none, let's get ready for the call, the vote. Is, everybody agree, say aye?
Aye.
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 Any noes? Abstains? Motion passed unanimous. Now we go to 8.1, public hearing for the 2022-2023 local control accountability plan. Annual update, Stock Unified District, Spanish Español, public hearing, audiencia pública para el plan de responsabilidad de control, el CAP 2022-2023, actualizando anual para el Distrito Escolar Unificado de Stockton. Le damos la presencia al doctor González con nosotros. Gracias, bienvenido. Thank you, Dr. González, and welcome.
Gracias. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, cabinet, and community. We do have the LCAP presentation on the LCAP webpage. También está en español, en caso que quiere seguir con nosotros. So it is also in Spanish as well. This is our annual update and presentation of the LCAP of the 2022-23 LCAP and annual update for this school year. So if you are following along, if you're on the next page, where there is a collection of efforts throughout the district that has created this unbelievable document. It is a massive document. It is a good read as well. So I encourage everyone to pick up and read it. All of our educational partners over the course of this current school year, you can see them on the screen. PAC, DLAC, AAB PAC, CAC, PEP, Latino PAC, Migrant PAC, and so on. You can see we had quite a few educational partners, our students classified, our certificated, our administration, parents, bargaining units. The collection of efforts from the departments, educational services, student services, business services, and people as well that made a huge difference to the LCAP. Miss Tiffany Ellsworth from state and federal, Dr. Murphy from research and accountability department as well, our special education department, San Joaquin Office of Ed. There was several educational partners making this document. We want to, it's a collaborative effort and one that all educational partners can take ownership and pride of this document. You can see there on the dates, the public hearing is today, June 14th. Board action is also requested for June 28th. On the next page, you'll see that over the last 3 months, we had surveys provided for the LCAP 4,100 responses. Plus, we still had them open. From the survey responses, 80% were from students. The student voice is definitely an important one, as they are the most important educational partner that we have. And surveys, presentations, discussions, and feedback, they were all essential components of the development of the LCAP. If you go on to the next page, the LCAP sections that are listed in the LCAP are on the screen, from plan summary all the way down to increase or improve services. We'll go through each one of these sections. Actually, we'll go through many of these sections tonight.
Dr.
Briefly.
Gonzalez, I'm sorry, because I know that we're doing the presentation for the public right now, so then they can actually see, but because it's so dark, a lot of our community members are squinting their eyes. Is there a presentation printouts for them?
We printed a few. I don't know if there's any out there available now. Don't know if we want to dim the lights a little. There's only about 3 dark slides, I promise. These are the LCAP sections. I wasn't sure if I can dim the lights. Okay. So these are the LCAP sections that the plan is written in. And so each having areas of focus and descriptions as well. I will cover many of these areas tonight and provide input as well, some insight on how the plan is actually structured. If you go on to the next page, you'll see at the very beginning of the LCAP, you'll see a plan summary, the general information. You'll see this pie graph right here. In this first section is the parent overview. It includes the budgetary estimates and actuals. The pie charts that you see there on the screen show a $418.9 million total LCFF fund. That is 48% of that pie, which is the section of LCFF funds that are projected for next year. And within that, you can see the breakdown as well. Within that section, 104.9 million are the SNC funds, which are the supplemental and concentrated funds. These are to be used to target high need students. And if you recall, high need students are our English learners, low income students, and our foster youth. If you go on to the next page, there is additional graphs at the very beginning of the LCAP. This bar graph on the right shows the difference between SNC funds that were budgeted for this year compared to the actual expenditures. There's a difference of 4.25 million, as you can see there, though that were not utilized. And we feel that that was due to a few barriers. One, the one-time federal stimulus and state funding, the allocations to the district, that could be one. Because they were one-time expenditures, they were shifted from the LCAP. The second was from the teacher and staffing shortage as well that we had across the district. We had several vacancies. A lot of movement happened with our instructional coaches as well. So that could be another barrier as well. The bar graph that you see on the bottom left, that shows how much SUSD is budgeting for next year and the total budgeted expenditures in the 2022-23 LCAP of approximately 429.8 million. If you go on to the next page, this is a brief recap on our 3 main goals. Goal 1, to increase student achievement. Goal 2 focuses on providing equitable and healthy learning environments. And goal 3, to build meaningful partnerships. So these are the 3 main goals that our LCAP has. If you go on to the next page, there was an additional focus on special education because for next year, we are going to have an additional goal. The goal focused on special education. Our students with disabilities were not meeting targets for 3 consecutive years. That's 2017, 18, and 19. Specifically, the state priorities of student engagement and a broad course of study. So the 2022-23 LCAP will have a goal 4 added. So if you go on to the next section, the section of the successes, where we reflect on the successes of the district. This next section indicates many of the successes that we had throughout the district. And so you'll see a range from student engagement and leadership opportunities to the high number of reclassification of English learners, to having over 5,000 home visits as well, and family outreach, providing stronger and more consistent counseling services, I mean, we have several successes throughout the district. This section has many of those successes listed that you can see on the screen, but there's a lot more in the LCAP. So I just wanted to give you a brief update on that. If you go on to the next page, there was also a section on the reflections of needs for our district. These were the areas that we highlighted. Students with disabilities in the graduation, social and emotional learning. As you know, we'll have a new goal for that. Academics, early literacy, math and science, college and career, graduation, mental health, restorative practices as well. We want to focus on reducing suspensions. We want to focus on reducing chronic absenteeism and increasing parent outreach. On the next section, we have highlights as well. So there's a lot more detail in the LCAP, of course, but you can see quite a few highlights up here. This is packed with different areas across the district that just shined. Areas that like direct services to English learners, our central office and support incoming, new and presently enrolled students, subacute health services provided at school sites, credit recovery programs, library support for school sites, family engagement education support across the district, peer leaders, the PLUS program. I mean, it goes on and on. So you'll get a chance to read that in our LCAP. So in the next section, and I apologize if I'm going too fast. I know this is an update and there's quite a bit here. If we were to cover each section in the LCAP, each page, we would be here for the next 3 hours. So just,
I know, because normally it's actually given, this presentation is normally given by itself. Because I've been on the board for 8 years, so it's normally all this section 8, it would have been one meeting, it would have been a special board meeting. For the future, I'm not.
Yeah. And I know we dedicated quite a bit of time in the May PAC and May DLAC meetings as well. We more than an hour just, with the groups, but yes, I can definitely see that. In the section of the LCAP for CSI schools, this is the comprehensive support and improvement section of the LCAP. This discusses the schools that need or that have additional needs. We have a few of our schools that have qualified for CSI improvement funds. You can see on the screen that some are low performing schools like El Dorado, Fremont, Hamilton, Marshall, Pulliam, Roosevelt, Taylor, and Wilson. And some were low graduation rates like James Frederick and Stockton High. So these are the schools that are eligible for comprehensive support and improvement. Each school CSI's plan is also embedded in their site SIPSA. So you can read a little bit more in there. But in the LCAP, we do have strategies and ways to monitor the implementation of these funds. On the next section, it's the educational partner feedback section. This section is about all of our feedback that we received throughout the year. This area has a description of our collection efforts. It also provides additional information on what we are focusing on for the following year. As a result of our collected feedback throughout the year, and even as recent as last week, we were still receiving feedback. You can see on the list here, investments in expanded enrichment, like science camp for elementary schools, 1 grade level, noontime student engagement activities as well, enhancing that, additional mental health supports, new initiatives to recruit and retain a diverse teaching workforce, deeper investment in early literacy, enhanced extended day before school and after school, deeper investment in our facilities and learning environments, deeper investment on resources for family outreach. Also some time or some dedication to cultural proficiency, professional development and resources for all staff, and a deeper focus and investment on resources and supports focusing on student groups that have been underperforming within 2 or more state priorities. That would be like our Native American Indian students, our African American students, and so forth. The list is in the LCAP. Also investments in deeper focus on our special education resources and supports. If you go on to the next section, the metrics, there is over 30 pages in the LCAP of metrics. So you can see that there is quite a few sub-metrics as well that you can see individually. The example that you see there on the board is from goal 1 for A. This is the percent of 3rd and 8th grade students scoring at grade level on the winter math iReady assessment. Baseline information, which is that first column. Baseline information is the second column. You can see the baseline that was taken in winter of 2020. 1 year later, in winter of 2021, which was this year, you can see the data there as well. So you can see the comparison. You can see if the comparison, if there was a decline or an increase. And from the example that we have here, this is an actual metric from our LCAP. Overall, we dropped from 18% to 16%. And our EL students were the only subgroup with an increase in the math iReady scores, as you can see. As you move through the metric, year 2 column would be next year, year 3 column would be the last year before our desired outcome. If you go on to the next page, we also have additional metrics here as well. The same metrics on the LCAP metric 5E shows high school graduation rates. So this top one that you see up there, the percentage of students in 4-year cohorts who meet SUSD graduation requirements. So the baseline year is 1920. And the most current information that our research department was able to find on DataQuest, and that's public and available on the dashboard as well, is from 2021. So you can see it there on year 1 outcomes. Our students with disabilities, from this information here, our students with disabilities, our American Indian students, our Asian, Filipino, and multi-race and white students all increased in this metric. Metrics in 8A, which are the 2 bottom ones there, you can see that there's an increase as well in the number of students earning a seal of biliteracy from 171 to 300 students. With local data, this is the information that we have here. And we definitely met the desired outcome of 190. You can see the bottom one as well. We definitely met that desired outcome as well, from 216 students that earned a Golden State Seal Merit and Diploma from 216 to 428. We definitely met that desired outcome as well. The metric section, like I said, in the LCAP is lengthy, but each goal has its metrics that you can measure and see. If you go on to the next page, again, this was the 80 different actions that this year's LCAP had. So they are still in this year's LCAP as well. There is a breakdown towards the end of the LCAP. There's a breakdown of total planned expenditures from this year to the estimated actual expenditures of this year as well. So these actions are listed at the very end of the LCAP as well. But the reason why I wanted to show you this is because if you go on to the next page, we actually did some consolidation of the actions. So in the goal analysis section, we discussed that for the new upcoming year, we've condensed the individual actions to thematic categories. So this was a result of our partner feedback early on in the year, wanting an LCAP more accessible and more readable. So you'll also see words like contributing and non-contributing in the LCAP. Contributing, which is for funds from SNC. Non-contributing would be none of these funds being used. So SNC, if they're supplemental and concentrated funds, again, if they are being used, then we're going to say yes, they are contributing. So really quickly, the consolidation, goal 1, 36 individual actions down to 9 thematic categories. Goal 2 from 26 to 11, and goal 3, we went from 18 to 7 without losing any of those actions. If you go on to the next page as well, the new goal 4, this is the new goal focused on increasing graduation rates for students with disabilities and increase the rates of social emotional learning by identifying, addressing, and removing barriers to school participation and increasing access to various graduation pathways. This goal was created by our educational partner input as well from our advisory groups, CAC and PEP, our survey participants, our special ed department, and SELPA as well. So it was definitely a collaborative effort here. This section in the LCAP also has a breakdown of the actions and metrics that we will use to measure the success of this goal as well. And the next section, the last page is really the last page. The LCAP is available to the public in the LCAP web page. It's there in English. The Spanish draft is the older draft. That one takes me some time to translate the entire document, but that I could do and upload that as well. There is one now, but not the newest one for Spanish. So I will take care of that. The LCAPs, we asked the board to take action, of course, in the next board meeting, June 28th, to approve this LCAP for next year. So that is my presentation. If there's, I'll open it up for questions and comments.
Would it be possible to provide those links of the LCAP in Espanol and English through the social media? Because it's not easy for some of our community members to go through our website of SUSD to navigate where actually the link is at. They have to go page by page, follow this, and it'll be easier. And then if they can pin it, I don't know, Ms.
Yeah.
Mace is here, pin it so they can actually, when they open, say, Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, is the first thing that they can actually see because it's pinned.
Yeah, I believe that's possible. We just have to go through the communications department. I know for all of my sessions that I've had with all of our advisory groups, I've mentioned that it's under the About Us page in our website. But yes, we could definitely do that.
Comment,
Any more questions?
comment.
Comment?
I just want to say thank you. I've been in some of those meetings and you are doing an amazing job at your job. I would just like to wish that we had more involvement because when I would log into the calls to your presentations, sometimes I would only see like 6 parents. And I like to thank the parents that were faithful in all of the meetings and their input that they give. They made a huge difference in this, and at least we had some voice from our parents. But I wish that you had some more support in outreach in getting more input from all the other parents, because I feel like we left all the responsibility on our faithful parents, and I know it kind of got overwhelming for them at times because they're the ones that are showing up all the time. So good job, Dr. Gonzalez, and to the admin team. He needs more support in outreach. Please make it more accessible for everybody, because this is not on you, Dr. Gonzalez. You were doing what you were supposed to do, and all due respect for everything that you've been doing. So good job.
Yeah, thank you. And that was one of the comments. One of the comments that I remember from the thousands was we need to make sure that we have representatives from every single school site at these advisory groups. So that's
And maybe are we sending out like information to like the principals and letting them know? So send me the information maybe, and I have a good relationship with my principals in schools. And if I have to walk to the schools and say, hey, we need some support in this, I have no problem doing that.
May I? What we plan to do is start these conversations and have a monthly standing conversation to review and not wait till the spring. But I also want to give special thanks to Tiffany Ashworth. She's invested a huge amount of time with the technicalities associated, and it was definitely a huge team effort. But we placed a lot of work on all of us coming together. So it was a great experience, but lots of great learning and starting much sooner for the ongoing progress monitoring and reflections.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Scott McBride.
Mr. Scott McBride?
I have to support what Ms. Flores is saying here. I used to go to these for a couple of years in a row. At the first year, it didn't seem like much was happening. Back then, Teresa Oden was leading a lot of this. And then it went on to some guy with a hat, and they were doing them in public, in person. And we were bringing people in, and people would show up. Yeah, Ms. Mendez and we sat through a few of them. And yet we're not seeing that. And I think part of it is because of this COVID situation. How can we bring this into what it was? I think the in-person thing is a big, big deal, and we might need to do it in cafeterias, and we may need to put out some kind of hook, maybe a bag of groceries. I don't know what you got to do, but I actually would suggest we return to getting the kind of support we used to have, given the situation that we're not in the same world we used to live in. And to that end, please come up with ideas. Use your minorities, use your ethnicities, use your partnership groups, your STA, your CSEA, all of the groups we can bring in. I think we do have a duty to make sure they understand the money. This is their kids' lives. Thank you.
Dr. Gonzalez, I wanted to thank you. Many parents, for the area that I represent, I've spoken very highly about you. and they really like the way that you treat them with respect. And I know COVID-19 did a lot of changes in everybody's life, even in mine, even in mine. So I think then whatever you do, talk to them. Let them know that you are here for them. And I know they know already that you are here for them. And I know that your heart is in the right place. I want to salute you and thank you for everything that you have done to the parents, and just continue doing, whatever you're doing. It's going to work. It's just going to take time. And I just, we have to be a little patient. Thank you so much for your presentation. Anybody else have any more comments? Maria Mendez wants to talk.
Thank you. Probably not everybody knows, but Dr. Gonzalez wears more than one hat. He oversees also some of the schools as or one of our directors. In the future, we're moving forward with the actual presentations of the progress of when we're meeting some of the goals, some of the sections. Would it be possible just to focus on that part and not bring other departments, people just to talk about things? Because it diminish the meaning of the LCAP. Because that's what I have seen and heard through their LCAP presentations, because we're not really focusing on the LCAP. I know that other departments, personnel were invited to come in and talk, but it's actually, when we get a survey, just talk about the actual LCAP survey. What are we trying to get? Because we don't want to lose the audience by giving them so much information. So, oh, we have resources for this, blah, 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 and people talking. And I'll be like, I'm grabbing my popcorn and I'm leaving. Because it's very important, because it's what we want from them is actually get the input for the actual LCAP. I understand that we have resources and other stuff that we can help the parents, but that's a different topic for something else, because we don't want to lose them. A lot of this family parents, they don't want to be there for more than 3 hours either, because they have spouses and take care of their kids and households, and then they'll forget to log in when they're back home and trying to do the survey online. That's only my feedback. Other than that, thank you graciously, because you're wearing multiple hats.
Thank you all for your support.
Any more
Appreciate it.
comments?
Trustee Rico,
Trustee Rico?
the last one. Okay, Mr. Israel, I know you, I've been talking to you for so long. And the only thing that I want to tell you is thank you so much, because this is the first time since I'm be a volunteer from the district that I see the LCAP presentation all complete. And also, they bring these presentations to, each side of the schools. And when we had those meetings from ELAC, but I never, ever see a complete report from LCAP. This is the first one. And I've been on the district, I can tell, for almost 20 years. This is my first year as a trustee, but I've been a volunteer for almost 18 years. And another thing that I want to thank you, it's that I've been seeing how hard you've been working, and the work that you be doing is you doing with heart. And that's the main thing for help the students. And that's what I always ask teachers and everybody who been part of this district, work with heart, love, and everything we can change. We can change. If we don't post none of those things on it, we don't have nothing. Gracias, señor Israel. Gracias por el reporte que nos ha dado esta noche. Es la primera vez en todo que he estado como voluntaria en el distrito que he mirado un reporte completo de LCAP. Estas presentaciones se nos han llevado también a las juntas de ELAC, a cada escuela. Nunca hemos tenido un reporte completo como este que hemos mirado esta noche. Les sugiero que lo lleve y de estas presentaciones también a las escuelas. Ya cuando regresemos de verano, los papás van a estar muy, pero muy contentos mirando este reporte. Gracias. Otra vez se lo digo. Yo he mirado cómo trabaja, cómo desempeña su trabajo. Las pláticas que he tenido con usted han sido pláticas que se me quedan, porque las pláticas y el trabajo que usted hace, de verdad que lo hace con el corazón. El enfoque en ayudar a los estudiantes. Muchas gracias.
Sí, gracias a ustedes. Thank you for all your support. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Now we go to 8.1, public hearing of process of 2022-23 budget for all funds. Mr. Battle is coming to the podium. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, but just for purpose of the minutes, should clarify when the public hearings open and close.
Open the public hearing. So sorry about that. And I didn't do it for the LCAP, Mr. Lepton, did I forgot the LCAP?
Well,
Madam President, I do have the time documented. Yes, ma'am.
Are these one? Right now, the public hearing for the proposal budget for all funds is informational? It's only information today?
Yes, only for
Yes.
information.
Government board for public hearing date, over the termination of the meeting date will be June 28th. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. Okay. Hold on, my computer. Hold on, got it? What is the best? It's again, you see? It's the back over. Oh, there it comes, there. Okay, so there you go. Oh, I was in the wrong place in the computer. Thank you. This one? 8.2, public hearing and process for 2022-23 budget for all funds. Public hearing.
Okay, great. Good evening, board and community. So if we can go to the next slide. So tonight I'm going to introduce the preliminary budget for 2022-23. I guess the first thing I want to say that there's been, from my standpoint, unprecedented collaboration within the district, especially in developing the LCAP and in collaborating with all the different departments, including the finance and budget department. In regard to the budget, we do have some budget staff here tonight. Some of our new director of fiscal, Mr. Gutierrez, and our accounting manager and our budget manager have done, and our budget analysts who are not here tonight, but a lot of them are new. We have some folks that used to work for Stockton and came back doing great work, and I commend the entire budget staff, finance. You guys are really doing a great job. So Education Code 42127, we have to present a budget. Governing board needs to approve that by July 1 of each year. We hold a public hearing, which is what we're doing tonight. And then at the subsequent meeting, we would ask the board to adopt our budget. The one thing I will say, there is a slight nuance, and we didn't mention that before, but the LCAP and the budget are kind of intertwined. When the county reviews our budget and LCAP, they do those independently, but one can't go forward without the other one. So if the LCAP is not approved by the county, then they disapprove our budget and vice versa. So I think that's a nuance I just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware of. We go to the next slide. So as the board and community knows, the governor, we just recently had the May revision. And if anybody's been following the news, you know that unprecedented budget, state budget, over $300 billion. And the governor's trying to provide relief for the rising inflation, which I'm sure we all are experiencing. We're experiencing in our own school district, public safety, to address homelessness, transforming public education, and combating climate change. So there's quite a bit of money in the budget right now. And and the governor's also, the one thing we have to be aware of is when we have these great years is that we don't get too exuberant in terms of our spending, because we know just like the good years, there can become those lean years. And we know that right now we are going through unprecedented inflation right now. We go to the next slide. So just to give you some of the highlights of the governor's. So when the governor first introduced this budget, it was a $3.3 billion budget. But as we all know, the economy continued to improve. The state revenue numbers were looking improving. So the May revision, the increase was to 6.1 billion. And you can see that the Prop 98 minimum guarantee for education is now $110 billion, which is an increase over 102 billion in the governor's budget. So what that means for us is increased COLA. You can see the COLA the governor's budget was 5.3%. For May revisions, it's 6.56%. Here's the big one, one-time discretionary funds. And we have to emphasize this is one-time money, $8 billion. But for Stockton, that's $43 million. It was $1,500 per ADA. So that was quite a bit of money, but we have to keep in mind that it is one-time money. We go to the next slide. So one of the other issues that the state is dealing with right now is called the ADA cliff. And you can see over the past few years since the pandemic started, California has lost about 270,000 children. These are families that have moved out of California. And that's quite an impact, and its impact on district levels. We go to the next slide. So how is the state responding to?
Can you help us to dim in the lights again? Mr. Scott Bryan is requesting it.
And for point of order, do you guys want to save the questions for after or during the presentation?
For the end.
Okay.
Yeah, after that'd be better. So how is the state responding to that unprecedented ADA cliff? So right now there are several proposals that the state is considering. What I'm showing here is in the first half of this PowerPoint. This is our current actual ADA, our current formula. Basically, higher of the current year or the previous year is what carries forward. We did get some relief during the pandemic. However, what the governor is now looking at is a 3-year rolling average, so that districts can have a soft landing in terms of the ADA. So if you look at the bottom graph there, under the current law, and this is a fictional, but it would be 9,000 ADA. If they use 3-year averaging in this particular example, it would be 9,841. So it'd be an increase of 841 ADA. So we will know the outcome of that once the final budget is approved by the governor. And if it is significant, makes a significant difference in our budget, then we will make a 45-day budget revision to our budget. We go to the next slide. So our budget, preliminary budget, and our adopted budget would represent the current year's budget, upcoming year's budget, plus the next 2 fiscal years. So 2022, 23 through 24, 25. Tonight, I'm going to just talk a little bit about our estimated actuals, how we anticipate we're going to end the year. And then we will also look at our adopted budget to be adopted for the upcoming fiscal year. So we can go to the next slide. So this slide basically compares our second interim and with our projection of estimated actuals. And I'll talk about some of the differences here. So you see in the federal revenues, state revenues, that's ESSER funds. Those are funds that we are projecting that we'll be carrying over. And that's also reflected in our expenses. We also will be carrying over expenses also. Some of the certificated salaries, classified salary increases are due to some of the decisions that we made around negotiations and some of the one-time funding that we did in regard to negotiations, especially health and safety. So you can see an overall difference of $27 million from second interim. Go to the next slide. So for fiscal year 22-23, just looking at some of our revenue assumptions. So as the board knows, we did have a demographic study done this year. So we are using that demographic information. We have an average daily attendance projection of 30,404. We have our updated COLA that's included in our budget. Our federal revenues, we are projecting carryover of about 218 million in ESSER funds. Lottery fund is projected at $163 per student. We have mandated costs that we get every year based on it per ADA, 3.1 million. And of course, we have donated funds that we generally get around the same amount on average each year. That's figured into our assumptions. We go to the next slide. In regard to our expenditure assumptions, any negotiated settlements that occurred in 21-22 would carry over, and they are budgeted for in 22-23 and onward. It does include step and column increases and the expenditure of ESSER funds. The cost of 1% has increased slightly. We're now closer to 4.2 million. If you recall, previously it was around 3.9 million, but we are adding more salaries as we get negotiations settled. And you can see that our STRS has increased slightly and our PERS have increased. Go to the next slide. So here's our 22-23 preliminary budget. We are projecting with our carryover about 874 million in revenue and about 851 million in total expenses for a excess of 22.8 million. But this is where I have to point out once again, 43 million in one-time funds are in that number. So we have excess there, but we also, that's contributing to significant one-time funding for this year. We go to the next slide. So these are our fund balance designations, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about this near the end of the presentation. But you can see for 22-23, we're projecting an ending fund balance of 185 million. And you can see that the board's 10% set aside in our reserves remains intact. But we also have other commitments, and I need to talk a little bit about that as we get closer to the end of the presentation. We go to the next slide. For our multi-year projection for revenues, and this is the out years 23, 24, 24, 25. So we are looking at our enrollment. And as I said, for a district like Stockton, our enrollment has stabilized. A lot of districts are having some big dips, but our district and some of the districts in the Central Valley, we're getting stable enrollment because a lot of folks are moving to the Central Valley. The unduplicated count, we're still looking at around 84.7%. We do anticipate that the federal revenues will revert to pre-pandemic levels once all the carry forwards are spent. In our state and local revenues, with the best information we have right now, are expected to remain flat over the next 2 years. We go to the next slide. So once again, this is an improved budget, and you can see part of the reason here is these COLAs. Originally in the governor's budget, there was a 5.33% COLA projected for 22-23, and now that's 6.56. And you can also see improvement in 23-24 and 24-25. So that's good news for our district. That means more money, and that's good. We go to the next slide. Just talking about some of our multi-year budget expenditure assumptions. So there are no negotiated salary settlements as of 22-23 at this time. So once those happen, this will be updated for our multi-year. Step and column adjustments are in our multi-year. Our pension contributions, as you can see, those have been taken into account, and those kind of slow down. Once you get past 23, 24, 24, 25, those increases are not as steep. Our special education expenses on average increased by $2 or $3 million per year. So that's is part of our assumptions. And of course, with the inflation, higher cost of goods and services, utilities, professional services, gas, diesel fuel, all of those things are costing us more money. So we have to budget for those appropriately. And then, of course, our enrollment, as I said before, is not declining as much as the statewide average, which is a good thing for Stockton Unified. We go to the next slide. So here we're looking at our 3-year just summary of revenues, and you can see that our revenues are set up where we show all of our ESSER funds in the budget year, and we show those all expended in the budget year. And this helps us really understand our budget better in showing our funding that way. And you can see that we have an ending fund balance based on this new money that we're receiving from the state, the COLA, and our enrollment stabilizing. We're in, I would say that for a district our size and for the expenditures that we have, we're in pretty good shape. So we go to the next slide. So here's our ending fund balance summary. So you can see once again, we have the reserves, we have our set aside for economic uncertainties, that's our 2%, and we have our additional 8%, and we have so a pretty good ending fund balance. We go to the next slide, and this is where I kind of wanted to talk about the fund balance a little bit. So because of the some of the state guidelines, Senate Bill 751 sets a threshold for triggering the cap on district reserves and limits how much school district can maintain in their reserves. So right now, that trigger has been triggered for 22-23. So we cannot exceed 10%. So how do we address that? We need to we will at the next board meeting be bringing a resolution where any fund balance over 10%, we have to assign those dollars. We have to commit those dollars for particular purposes, and we will be bringing that to the board. And it'll be things like to address declining enrollment, economic uncertainty. We have to make commitments to take those dollars really out of the ending fund balance and commit those so that we are within the 10% state threshold. We estimate that somewhere around 67 million is over the 10% reserve cap. So as I said, we would be bringing that resolution to the next board meeting for the board to consider. We go to the next slide. So we will be bringing the budget back on the 28th for budget adoption. And then by that time, we know the state will have an approved budget shortly thereafter. If we need to make adjustments to our budget based on some of the new information that's coming out of the state budget, we'll bring that back by August 15th within the 45-day budget revision period. And then by September 15th, if we submit a revision, then the county would respond to our budget revision as opposed to the adopted budget that we originally submitted. So that concludes the presentation. At this time, we'll take any questions.
Question, Maria Mendez?
I got questions too.
Thank you.
After Maria Mendez, Angeline Flores, and Escama Bryan.
Thank you. So there's a couple things, because I have been following the governor's budget, some of the bills that have been passed by the Senate, by the Assembly. Within your report, are you also reflecting with the bill, Senate Bill 154, which is also reflecting regarding the budget? I know the Senate approved the budget for a lot of money, but without the governor's modifications, which our governors can upset. And by them approving it is gonna put our state of California in recession. Moving on to that, because they did that, is our district ready for a recession with the local fundings that what we have now? Because in the past, the state of California owed money under the LCAP to a lot of the whole state of California districts. So we cannot count on that money coming in monthly, yearly, even the COLA. Oh, our districts really set if we go through recession.
Yeah, those are very good questions. In terms of Senate Bill 154, so we do get guidance from the county, and we have to generally follow their guidance in terms of what we can include in terms of revenue in our budget. The only thing that we have not included right now is anything regarding the new ADA configurations that the governor is proposing. So we are putting items in there within the county's recommendation. In terms of are we ready for a recession, I would say right now we are absolutely ready for a recession. I mean, we don't know how deep that recession is going to be, and if you all recall, I mean, they had this years ago, probably prior to 2011, the state they were doing deficit. They were deficiting our revenue. They would give you $1 and take back 25 cents. So if they were to do that again, I mean, we're supposed to have some protections this time, rainy day fund. That was the whole purpose of that. So when the recession come, we'd have some protection. They would not have to take back our 25 cents after they give us $1. But we do have that 10% reserve that the board very thoughtfully put in our resolution, and we carry that right now for the next 3 years. So that's what's helping us. That helps us a lot as a district, having that extra reserve. So
Follow-up question. But how long is that gonna cover our district, I mean, how many years, months? Because I mean, we spend a lot of money monthly, like $1 million.
yeah, and it depends. I mean, if right now, I would say we have enough money to make smart decisions about our budget. It's not like last year when you all were faced with making unprecedented reductions because of the information that was coming out of the state. And then all of a sudden ESSER funds came from the federal government, which basically, so I would say right now, given what we know, we're in a good position to take on those any type of setbacks like that. But at the same time, we can't, we still have to be mindful, because a lot of these dollars are one time in this year's budget. So we have to really be mindful of that going forward.
My last question, hopefully. Enrollment, the ADA. Why are we focusing on prediction when we don't actually have the actual numbers already that we should have? Because I know we're losing a lot of our students to the charter schools.
Well, in terms of what we have to have an ADA is part of the funding formula. So we have to project what we believe our ADA is, because it's part of our LCF funding formula. So we have to include that in there.
So when we get the actual numbers of student enrollment, we're gonna revise this budget, correct?
That's what we do we do that when we do first interim, second interim, and when we do adopted budget, we update it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
My turn.
Trustee Flores?
I have a list written down, so when I'm done asking you all these questions, I will go ahead and email you all of this, okay? So first off, this is an incomplete budget report. It's incorrect, and it is missing data. The workers' compensation certification form has the former CBO's name, and it was printed on June 11th, 2021. So that information is outdated. look on the criteria and supplemental forms during that one. On page 2 of 29, it's including charter schools in the report, which we should not be including all charter schools in that report. But I'll just go down on my list here. So on PowerPoint slides 5 and 6, they're reflected with the state numbers, but what is the SUSD numbers? Slide 13 and 15 does not include assumptions for fiscal year 24 and 25. Contributions, PowerPoint slide 15 indicates special ed contributions will be increasing by 2 to 3 million each year, yet the MYP page on page 1 of 9, section A5C reflects decreases in the unrestricted contributions, and you could see form MYP unrestricted, they're not matching. So 22-23, it says 76,375, 680, 23-24, it says 69, 722, 079, 24-25 says 70, 792. Also note that these amounts do not agree with the contributions reported on the form 01CS, which is on page 18 of 29, section S51 1.A. The contribution amounts reflect the same amount of each of the years as 76, 375, 680. So the numbers are not matching on documents. There's also a board agenda item 13.5 to add 49 special ed positions to the budget, yet those items are not reflected in the MYP and or on the form 01CS, nor are these items reflected in an increase of contributions appearing on form 01. Also note that from MYP, page 1 of 9, does not reflect any increases in cost for the new positions as mentioned in BAI 13.5. Where are the salary increases for the 15 certificated and 34 classified positions? Form 01CS, page 23 of 29, indicates there's no changes to certification staffing, yet the BAI 13.5 increases by 15. Page 25 of 29 indicates an increase in classified FTEs of 43.5, but the BAI 13.5 indicates 35 classified FTEs. Page 27 of 29 indicates a reduction of 40 FTEs. When were these reductions brought to the board for approval to reduce? All 3 of these FTEs grouping adjustments are not reflected in the MYP budget, page 1 of 9. Form 01CS, page 17 of 29, section S2 1.B indicates that the ESSER funds will expire in 2024 and that these positions will need to be incorporated into the unrestricted general fund, yet the unrestricted MYP budget does not reflect an increase to the account for these positions. Form 01CS, page 3 and 4 of 29 reflect a drop of enrollment of almost 7,000 students. This case does not appear accurate. Form 01CS, page 3 of 4 of 20, page 11 of 29, 2C, indicates the minimum to transfer to routine restricted maintenance is 18.8 million. Why is the district transferring 25.6 million? That's almost 7 million too much. Why? Form 01CS, page 29 of 29, A1 discusses cash flow. Where is the cash flow statement? We don't have it. A3, enrollment. Why is the response no when enrollment is dropping? Form 01CS, many not met or yeses items on the documents on the forms below is a listing of those items. So page 6 of 29, section 4B, page 7 of 29, section 5B, page 8 of 29, section 6B, page 9 and 10 of 29, section 6C, Page 12 of 29, Section B, Economic Uncertainty Missing for fiscal year 2021 and 21-22. Page 14 of 29, Section 9A. Page 16 of 29, Section 10C, Economic Uncertainty Missing for fiscal year 22-23. Page 17 of 29, Section S1 is a contingent liabilities program audit. Why isn't the FICMAT extraordinary audit reflected? Page 22 of 29, section is S7B4. Pages 23 and 28 are missing various items throughout these pages. And who is preparing these documents and who is reviewing, because apparently the review process is ineffective and or the viewer is not knowledgeable.
I have to put you on the budget staff. So yeah, just send us your question. Just send us your that information and we'll take a look at it. We still have 2 weeks to finalize anything. So if there's anything that we need to address, we'll address it.
So with that being said, this is an incomplete budget presentation that we're receiving, so I will not be able to support this budget request because there's a lot of information. I have it right here, so if anybody wants to see, I can show you the documents that are missing in this budget.
And just as a clarification for everybody, including Ms. Flores, this is an information item. And tonight, that the reason for this is to get this information from you guys. You've reviewed it, you give us your input, and we get a chance to address your input. So that's the whole purpose of tonight. It's not to approve anything. So it's great input, great information and input.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else have any more questions? I got Mr. Kama Brian waiting patiently.
Yes, thank you. I will say that no budget will ever be perfectly right. We're dealing with millions upon millions of dollars. So I think we all need to bear that in mind as we deal with this. None of us could get this right. I could never consider even balancing this checkbook at home. I don't think you'd want to either. So, but I do believe that you're getting some correct information here. And so that can be useful to us. And if it helps us, like, get it in, and thank you. By that token, that would be great. Yeah, I do like looking at this stuff. I do consider myself somewhat of an expert, but I don't sit around spending my time doing this anymore. By the same token, back to what I wanted to say, the general gist of this over the road looks like we're in very good shape in the next couple of years. But I have a problem with this little thing called trust. And it doesn't matter if your report's correct or incorrect. You might be incorrect a little bit, and that might hurt us a little bit. But what could hurt us is politicians. And I think we all know that, and we have to be fearful of it. So let's tread lightly. I hope this doesn't tell the unions you got a whole bunch more money than you do. Of course, back when I was in the unions, I would be saying you got a whole much more money than you think you do. So I understand the sides of this, but this is good news. Looking at it, it looks like we're going to end up with a budget going in about 2 years of $666 million. And we're looking here today at 851 million after expenditures. And I'm just looking at page 16 of your report. So what that says, we have grown over 250 to $300 million as a school district in about a year and a half with the COVID situation. And politicians and others have granted us some money to get through this, but the money will not always be there. So we have to prepare for the future and prepare wisely. Bear that in mind. I think we will. And take account for those incomplete mistakes that we might find. Thank you.
Anybody else have a comment? I'd like to say, then it's, the budget is complicated. I went through it, a lot. And you have to be an expert, and I'm not an expert in budget, and I'm not an attorney. Right. But to be honest, just whatever it is, bring it back. The concerns of my colleagues are there, and show us what is right and what is wrong. And thank you so much for your time. Is anybody else have any more questions?
President Mendez?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me for interrupting again. Before closing the public hearing, it would be appropriate to ask if there's any members of the public that would like to be heard on the topic
Is anybody who would like to come to the podium and speak up about the budget? I would love very much to have your input. Cualquier persona que quiera venir enfrente aquí a hablar para el budget y darnos unas sugestiones, les damos las gracias y la bienvenida. Do we have anybody? It seems that we don't. Thank you so much. Oh, you haven't? Okay, you can come in, come to the podium and let us know what you think about the budget.
I just want to give a comment to Flores. Thank you so much for revising that. That's a lot of money. That was a lot of pages that need to be revised. So thank you.
Anybody else have any more comments or discussion about the budget? Thank you. There's nobody else. Then let's close the hearing. Eight point three, public hearing for the sunshine proposal to sexual contract negotiations for 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024, 2024, 2025 fiscal year between Stockton Unified School District and Stockton Unified Supervisory Unit represented by the Teamsters Local SUSU. Does anybody have any staff, anything to say? Any of my colleagues have any questions? Any staff, members of the community? Nobody? We go to 8.4, information public hearing for the sunshine proposal for successor contractor negotiation for 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025 fiscal years between the Stockton Unified School District and the Operation Engineers Local Union 3, Police Union OELU number 3. Do we have any persons coming into the podium in the front? Any staff? Any members of the public? Nobody? Colleagues, any comments? Board members? Here now. Now we have 8.5 action, public hearing on school facility fee, your justification report for the residential, commercial, and industrial development project. The Board of Education requests to conduct a public hearing and a proposed school facility fee, jurisdiction report for residential, commercial, industrial development projects to the proposed statutory level and fee rates, and receive any oral or writing presentation. Don't we have anybody coming in today?
Where's Mr. Is Mr. Battle still here?
Battle, nobody? Members of the public?
Oh, just my question.
Okay, Mr. Yeah, Mr.
So I just want to make sure that this question on these fees, these are the fees that we charge based on what a developer produces when they build the homes. Is that correct? Because I'm looking
Mr.
at
Battle,
seeing
can you
square
come
footage
to the
fees.
podium to let us know about these fees, please?
I didn't need him at the podium, but if he wants to, that's
Thank
great.
you so much, sir.
Let's
We
get you a
appreciate it.
workout. So what I'm
And
asking.
You are totally correct, Mr. Scama Brian. Sorry to interrupt you, but you're totally correct in that. And it's what they charge, I'm pretty close and you are very close to it.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding, because we went through a thing where at one time, one of our superintendents wanted to give away up to a couple of $1 million a year on these kinds of fees. And I just felt that that kind of waiver was a big, huge mistake. However, there are other things that we can do. And I want to make sure that we don't look at this again as something that we ever want to give away, and we know the value of them.
Right.
And so this is, I believe, those same kind of fees
Right.
that Dr. Deasy was talking about.
Right. And so what I'd like to do, we do have our consultant here, Mr. Kevin Sullivan from School Facility Consultants. We have several items tonight on the fee justification. So I'm going to ask Kevin to come up and
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Kevin, and welcome to Stockton Unified District in our podium. Thank you.
Yeah, Kevin Sullivan with School Facility Consultants.
While you're getting up, I just want to, the big question that hit my mind is, are we going up a little? Are we going up a lot? Is there anything going crazy in any of this? As long as I believe fees have to be going up. And that's one of the big questions that hit my mind because we need to be able to pay for things in the future. And the cost of housing is going through the roof and homeless people don't have a place to stay. There's a lot of problems.
The district is justified to collect a higher rate this year than it was last year. And this is due to several factors, including a spike in the cost of construction. At the end of the day, the district is collecting no more than it needs in order to house the students that are anticipated to come from new residential development, regardless of the amount of the fee.
Thank you. Any more questions for my colleagues at this item?
I just want to say I love the beard, man.
Thank you.
Okay, so no more.
Yes.
I shaved mine off. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
One day, mine.
Maria
will go too.
Mendez, the microphone is yours. Yes, Maria Mendez?
Thank you. So what are these fees for? If you can actually detail it for, so we can have a point of record for any
Sure.
audits that is being taken. Thank you.
As Mr. Battle mentioned, this is actually the public hearing. There'll actually be two other items on the agenda to adopt the resolutions. I can address these questions now, or we could do it later. Specific to your question, these fees are used to offset the impacts of new residential development on the district. There are actually two fees. I think we are in the first of two public hearings. One is for school facility fee justification report, and the second is for a school facility needs analysis. They are levied on residential and commercial industrial development. And again, they offset the impacts. They'd be used for constructing new school facilities to house the students that are generated by new development.
Okay, thank you. Because I was kind of confused because you also stated that it's public hearing, but there's an A for action for the board to take action tonight.
Correct.
But if you were gonna do a presentation, but there's no presentation attached to it as well or given to the board for that part, if it was a public hearing.
These are semi-routine. The school facility needs analysis is adopted annually by the school district. You've seen me over the last 15 years or so, at least once a year. This year, we're doing two adoptions. We're doing one for the level one, which is the school facility fee justification report. That's a biennial increase in the fee. And then the other is the annual increase or the annual review. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. This year it goes up in the school facility needs analysis, which is the level two fee.
Any more questions?
So no action needs to be taken tonight, right?
There is action that will be taken tonight. It's later in the agenda, and I believe
Well, the 8.5, it says action on it. That's what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
So point of clarification, I just ran over and got the information. So 8.5 and 8.6 pertain to two resolutions that are further down that the gentleman actually was talking about. I believe they're 14.1 and 14.2, if I'm not mistaken, Trustee Mendez. I'm sorry about that confusion.
I'm happy to address the questions now or later.
Do you guys want to try to get the questions for 14.1 and 14.2? Because then that'll help us kind of deal with those together later. So 14.1 and 14.2 are the actions to go with 8.5 and 8.6, the information that he's giving currently. So if this is an opportunity to ask those questions as well currently.
Mr. Battle, because I know that this is under public hearing. Can you please justify why we have it as an action for 8.5 and 8.6 under public hearing?
Well, these are all public hearing items. I don't put these items on the agenda, so I can't, these are public hearing items.
Good evening. I'm Amna Javed, the facilities planner, and I help prepare the board documents for this. So the reason why it shows up as a public hearing item first and then as an action item in the business section is that it's because that's how the ed code has it classified. So we had to, before we actually brought it to the board, we had to complete the study. And once we completed the study, we had to advertise it in the newspaper for 30 days to let the public know that we were going to have a public hearing on this item to give the public an opportunity to comment on it. So that's why this public hearing is happening. So after we allow the public the opportunity to comment on it, then we can go and then proceed with the action item. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
going back, as you stated that there's a public news release. Well, there was nothing under the social media or the board, because I did not receive that it was gonna be released for the public.
Point of clarification, when they do those news releases, do they generally, we would do them on like the yellow pages or the newspaper, right?
It's just a local
Yep.
newspaper. That's
Okay.
it. It doesn't have any social media guidelines.
Yeah, how come the board did not receive a copy of that?
I'm not sure. I think it's just the process is put it in a newspaper. And we also shared it with our local planning agency. So we sent it to the city of Stockton, the county. And then we also send them our reports to review.
Thank you.
Is that something that we have to request since we are the ones who are going to be approving it?
Well, if you want the record, they can send you the copy. We can send,
Yeah.
that's why we're here.
Okay. Going forward, can we input that in the process so that, I mean, I'm confused as to why, I mean, I get that you go, I get that part, but
you
I
would
think we
see
should
it-
just automatically be included.
You would see it in the newspaper.
Yeah.
What if we don't read the newspaper like that?
Well,
I mean, it's the process. So you're like asking them to do additional to the process. I'm like, I'm sure they can give us a copy of the newspaper where they aired it.
So we don't, but we're the ones who voting on it, right? So shouldn't we get information that we're going to be responsible for voting on?
I mean, if that's what you want to receive, which is the newspaper thing, I'm like, if that's what you require, I'm not saying
So
don't give it to you.
before you give it to the newspaper, there's a process, right?
and that's actually taken care of with our purchasing manager, Tony Lopez. So I send him what we need to advertise and he goes through the newspaper and gets it advertised. And he should, I think, receive like a affidavit that shows that, okay, it's been printed. So he should have record of that.
Thank you. Okay,
Are you requesting the affidavit? That way we could all get it. I just want to make sure we,
thank you. Yeah, you
Thank
please
you.
send it to the board, to the entire board? Thank you. We appreciate it. Okay, so we're gonna go to 8.5.
I will send it to Mr. Battle and then he can share it with you, right? Okay.
Sure, then they include us all.
Battle, real quick. Can you repeat, can you give me your email address again? Awesome, thank you.
Okay, so now we got 8.5. We're gonna close the hearing. Oh,
She's asking, what about the parents that do not buy the newspaper? If there's a way that it could be publicized, like in social media or something like that.
well, we
Pregunta la
can make
señora.
sure that they put it in the social media later on. We
Okay.
can make sure.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, to put it on social media, because not everybody buys the newspaper. Not everybody looks at the website of SUSD, but they either follow Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook.
Okay.
We
You
can
know,
do that.
so.
We can do that.
Yeah, the question is on behalf of the parent. I'm just a translator.
Thank you so much. Thank you, parents. Yeah. Thank you. And we're gonna. 8.6, public hearing consider adoption of school facility needs analysis and alternative school facility fees pursuant to government code section 65995, 56995.7. I need a first and a second. Anybody have any more questions about this item? Any parents want any more questions about this item and staff? Board members? Here none, we're gonna close. Ten point one, board committee reports. And the first one is the City of Stockton Parks and Recreation Committee by our Vice President, Raymond Zuleta. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Our next Parks and Recs meeting, will be June 27th. And, that's all the update that I have right now in the interest of time. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. San Joaquin County School Boards Association.
Thank you, Madam President. Hello, everyone. Once again, our last meeting was June 9th. And we're working on scheduling a meetup date that'll be available, for all school board trustees to be able to participate with our local CSBA groups that speak normally. Madam President and myself are the representatives. And so our CSBA group, we're looking for opportunities to extend that access to other trustees informally and in a positive way that respects the Brown Act. And so I'll bring more information as that becomes available. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Vice President Solera. Now the committee 3x3 committee, I have nothing to report. Thank you. Now we go to 1852 Foundation Committee. It's like for Clerk Trustee Rico.
Good afternoon and thank you for being here today. Okay, the next meeting is supposed to be on this month on the 24th, but I've been not hear anything. So also I want to ask if it's possible, Trustee Mendez, if I can give you my my chair to be a president from the 1852, because I don't want to be in charge of that. How the district is running, I can't trust no one to be on this committee.
Thank you, Clerk Alicia Rico.
Then we can bring it up on our next meeting.
Yeah.
President Mendez.
Yeah.
For the change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have 10.2 brief reports on trustees' activities, and the first one will be Angeline Flores.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for staying and listening to our board meeting today. My reports were, I went to as many graduations as I could possibly get to this year. They were all amazing. I'm blessed to be able to have watched my kindergarten babies walk the stage and enjoy their whole educational journey. I also hope that everybody who is on summer, once you guys get your summer breaks, that you enjoy your summer. It's been a long, challenging year. So please take some self-care and some time to take care of yourselves. As far as community input, reflect this to the board leadership or whoever is in charge. A lot of community input is asking when our meetings are going to go live again, because there's a lot of community members that are not able to be here in person, but they do want to still be able to call in and be able to listen to the board meeting or see it in live, not the next day. And then there's also a concern that last week's board meeting is not updated yet. So I don't know who that falls on, but it's not on the website yet. So if we can get that up there so the community can pay attention to or be involved in the last week's special board meeting. And congratulations to our classified staff of the year, Miss Deborah Yanes. She got an award. I wasn't able to be there, but I want to congratulate her anyways. And I think that's about it. Thanks a lot, you guys.
Thank you. Alicia Rico.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. Okay, me too. I've been part of so many graduations and promotions this year. It was awesome to be part of those events. Also, yeah, as Trustee Flores said, I want to congratulate to Deborah. And gracias y gracias por estar aquí otra vez. Ya fui parte de muchas graduaciones en promociones este año. Fue una emoción muy grande que no puedo compartir, solamente cuando uno hace las cosas del corazón lo puede sentir. Ya, felicidades a la señora Debra por su reconocimiento. Also, I want to bring it up to the board members that this is the first time that I had to be running to an event, I can call event, because as part of the board, I feel like I'm being excluded again. I understand Mrs. Flores now, has she failed before? But this morning, I find out that we have a tour for the new building, the Coleman new building, and I'm supposed to be part of that. And I didn't receive the email for this tour until this morning when I contact Mr. Baro, and he told Christina to call me. So now I see, that's what I say. I asked Trustee Mendez, she can get my chair from the 1852 Committee Foundation. Because to be honest, I'm really disappointed at this point to be a board member. It's really sad that when you now work with people who is looking for power, you can be excluded. That's, wow, that's really sad. Thank you, and again, gracias por estar aquí. Padres, los estimo de corazón. Muchas gracias por siempre estar conmigo, por darme el apoyo que necesito. Si no fuera por ustedes, ya hubiera renunciado.
And also I'd like to echo that too. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. I asked 2-3 times public, private, everything to be involved in that planning of the Arthur Coleman. And I was not at all. I had just got the invitation and that's it. So I'm disappointed in that. But thank you for the invitation. I will be there.
Vice President Zuleta.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening, everyone. In the interest of time, I'll go ahead and cede my time. You all have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Myself, Cecilia Mendez. I would like to thank every parent who came in today. I went to a lot of graduations and I took lots of pictures with the parents. And I wanted to thank you for the parents and DLAC and their schools that you represent and you coming here today. Muchísimas gracias por haber venido ustedes el día de ahora. Fui a muchos meetings con los papás y graduaciones. Y PAC están aquí. Tengan una buena noche. Gracias. Thank you and good night. Mr. Zachary Avalar.
I ain't got much to say, except that I'm excited for this coming year. Honestly, it's gonna, sorry. Yeah, I don't got much to say, just excited for this coming year. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Mendez.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you everyone for actually attending and being with us during this board meeting. Couple of things that I want to actually mention. I want to give a shout out to Stockton High because they got accredited for 6 more years, meaning approved at the state level for being a specialty school. They're not a regular high school. So for 6 years, with the exception of just one mid-year report, not even a visit, that is awesome. Not even the comprehensive high schools through the state of California get that. But can you imagine Stockton Unified? We received that for Stockton High School, 6 years. That is so great. I did attend also a lot of 8th grade promotions. I was actually the keynote speaker for a couple of them. I was able to attend to some of the high school graduations as well. And being part of the other committees within our schools and actually our, oh my goodness, our community. And I was able to also meet with some of our stakeholders, parents, they actually are like a similar DLAC, but it's actually for the charter schools, for one of the charter schools. That charter school is authorized by Stockton Unified. They were very upset that I was the only one that returned phone calls or actually took the time and scheduled a meeting. It took us since April to set up an actual meeting with them. When they actually wanted me to set up a meeting, it was either during board meetings, special board meetings, or other committees. And then when they want to schedule in May, they chose the week of the graduations and I couldn't make it. And I just didn't want them to feel discouraged, but I was able to meet with them last week, which it was wonderful. And they would wanted me to encourage the rest of the trustees to please reach out to them, and acknowledge their emails. I know their emails are in Espanol and everything is via Zoom, which is wonderful. Yeah, that's why I couldn't go to actually celebrate Ms. Deborah Llanes or come to the special board meeting because I already had canceled with those parents so many times. And it was just very, very unfair because they're actually my stakeholders as well too. And I know that I missed the May 10th meeting. And I'm glad that I don't have the cough anymore because I was really sick. And I'm glad that I took actually a home test, which was negative, but then 2 through the district and they were negative. And can you imagine if I came?
Trustee Mendez.
Thank you.
Sorry
And
for
I
that.
just didn't want to get you guys sick. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was your day.
Mr. Scott, Brian?
Well, like others are saying, I am extremely excited for next year. And it's a bit of a troubling time, but we'll get through and we have brilliant people. And let's keep on getting brilliant people and keep your comments coming in. Ms. Flores, I know sometimes you irritate me, but I have to truly appreciate you bringing in the notices on the money and the budget. Those are valuable things. I don't know where you get that stuff sometime, but hey, I do appreciate them. Those are valuable comments. So, and I do have to say, I've been having a great time because I haven't had to do a lot for a couple of weeks. I'm tired of waking up. And so that gets hard and it's hard to get my daughter up. And of course, now she's going, I don't want to read. Well, she never did really before, but she's got summer school now. So right now, what we're doing in our house is partly what we're doing with the school district. We're looking at the gardening systems, the edible schoolyards, the gardening that we can do within our own homes, setting up our own victory gardens, and then extending those out with partners like Japanese, Don, who is Ray Zulieta and knows him well, and other partners working to bring in the gardens into our schools and to bring in more programs like the edible school gardens so that we can do more with our kids. And so there are some great opportunities for us there. So I am looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Now we go to 10.3 action, approval resolution 2150, resolution on trustee compensation, board meeting.
First.
Second.
Have a first and a second. Any discussion? Here none.
I can say, I missed that meeting because I was really sick. And I know it was Dia de las Madres, and I didn't even celebrate with my mom because my mom and I actually got sick on Mother's Day, the American Mother's Day. We actually were extremely sick. We had to isolate ourselves until we actually got tested, not the home testing, but also the other testing. And we actually also got some medication prescribed from our doctors as well for us to get better, to actually see each other. It's horrible not to be able to celebrate Mother's Day as a Latino family. It was a sad day for her. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? Ready for the vote? All in favor? Say aye.
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 All no? Say
Aye.
aye. Motion passes 502. 10.04, approval minutes, May 10, 2022, regular board meetings. We need a first and a second. And matter of fact, I would like to do 10.4 and 10.5 together. Who will second?
I'll second.
We have second. Any comments? Hear none? Ready for the vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
No. Abstain? Five yeses to no. Thank you. Now we go to 12.1, approval of agreement for furniture consultant services with Excel Entrepreneur LLC for special education and for language development office 2022-2023 school year. We need a first and a second.
First.
Second,
I'll do the second.
is Mr. Vice President Zuleta will be the second. Discussion? Thank you. We have here the Director of Special Education who's gonna be here speaking about this item, Villaseñor. Thank you.
So this is the service that we contract for translation services, especially when we're unable to fulfill the demands of all the requested translations needed. In the past, we engaged in separate contracts. This year, we engaged in one single contract so that we can monitor the demand and the utilization centrally from our LDO department.
Any comments?
I didn't realize it cost that much.
Yeah, it's not to exceed, so we only pay upon services rendered.
So it says up, so we won't always pay that amount. Okay.
Any more comments, Maria Mendez?
Yes, I noticed that is also including the special education. Am I correct?
Yes, during IEP meetings, there's often a need for translation. And if we're unable to meet the demands within our translators within the district, we contract out to ensure the families are provided the adequate service.
So question,
Okay, Mr. Scama, Brian?
so have we done this in the past with, but it sounds like we've done this with more than one provider in the past. Or we've done this with a single provider in the past.
We've engaged in separate contracts with the same provider.
Okay.
But it didn't seem to make sense if special ed department, health services and LDO were
Okay.
contracting separately. And we thought that we would be a little bit more intentional in how we're utilizing the resources and monitoring how it's being utilized at the frequency and for what purposes.
So specifically for me, I've been burned badly when I was in special ed. I couldn't get a translator. And that meeting could not go. And we'd be calling downtown, please, please. I think I might have even had Cece show up to help translate. I've called anybody and everybody to show up. And as long as I knew I could understand them, I'd take that. Even a family member, which is really a no. But the bottom line is, I still think we had about at that time 4 translators. How many are we running ourselves right now as far as translators, Spanish translators, as well as any other translators that we have, even part-time? How many people do we have? And what kind of budget is that? And how's this compare to that? Big question.
Yeah.
Give it a shot. Shoot at it from the side of your hip. I can't, hey.
That's not a wise option, but we have about 6 translators, and with a district our size, it could be pretty taxing. Even if there's an unexpected absence due to an illness or what have you, it's important for us to have resources available in the emergencies or for various school events or board meetings.
If you actually, I if you really think about it, how many school sites do we have? Like 54? Yeah. So if you average one translator, which would be a wish upon a wish to have a translator at everyone, that's really pretty good.
We have provided bilingual assist to every site, so that we could provide that support, to your point.
Team effort.
Okay, comment?
I see some parents in the audience. Is there any comments or anything that you guys would like to say? President Mendez, will you allow the parents to?
Come to the podium, please.
Hello, good evening. So I'm just, as a parent, I just will appreciate you to have more translators because it's really hard for parents who has IPs and speak Spanish. It's really hard to make an appointment for these meetings. So we need translators and also make sure that translators translate the same thing because many times they just speak more or less than we try to express. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your advice.
So,
Maria Mendez?
thank you. Following our parent comment, because they are actually, some parents did communicate with me that our translators or interpreters of SUSD employees had an appointment with them, but because due to the fact that it was IP, so 504 plans, they were there with the parents, but the thing was, the teacher was not there, nor the substitute. That's a problem. Yes, and the other part is too, those teachers or substitutes, they walk out just because, and they ask, or even our actual employees, the interpreters, translators, they ask them, do you know the process of IPs? Yeah. Do you know the process of 504 plans? Yes. Okay, then they walk out. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Because those are the teachers or substitute teachers that they have to be there to communicate because they're the ones working directly with the child. The interpreter is not, or translator is not working directly day by day and hour by hour with them. That's not acceptable. I'm just giving that information to our HR and our assistant soups. So bring that attention to you guys. I mean, because I know we need them, but at the same time, it's not fair to our parents.
Thank you. Any more comments?
I would just remind us all, we have Mr. Hernandez in here, and I'm sure he's probably told us all this, and I'm sure you'll reiterate it again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Okay, so no more comments? Let's get it to the vote.
I just have a quick comment.
Yes, Alicia Rico?
I've been telling Mr. Ramirez before about the machine they use for translating when they make those calls to parents. It's horrible. We can understand. When they trying to speak in Spanish, it's really, really bad. If my English is bad, that translated is a nightmare. So please help us on that.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more.
One more question, please.
Yes.
Get it ready to vote, please.
I know this funding is coming from the LCAP for next school year. But in the future, I know if we can actually get the LCAP first, the board approves that before we can actually start approving money spending that we have not even adopted the LCAP for, because I know this is for next school year. I know everything is crunch up right now. I know the pandemic and everything else push us back, but moving forward, please.
Thank you. Ready for the vote? Everybody who agrees, say aye.
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 Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion pass unanimous. To 12.2, approval of agreement furnished consultant services with Paul Dunn Consultant for Adult Education. We need first and second.
I'll do the first.
I'll second.
We got first and second discussion. No discussion. Get ready for the vote. Everybody who agrees, say aye.
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 All together, motion passed, unanimous. 12.3, action approval master contract.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve 12.3 and 12.4 together.
I will second that. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Discussion, Maria Mendez?
Thank you. This attachment documentation is the same to 12.3 and 12.4, but it's
Thank you,
it's
Mr. Ben.
highlighted as on the name. That is not like a question mark, because it's either NPS or NPA on the attached document. I mean, to me, that's a red flag. Which name is it?
Okay, so, and thank you for that question. Good evening, Madam President and trustees. So for the non-public school services, that's specifically for students that attend a school outside of our school district. And so their service rates are based on per day cost. So, and these for our students that within our own school district, we've exhausted all opportunities to instruct them in our schools and to provide the support to them. So the determination was made to look at a referral outside of the school district. So that's the non-public schools. Non-public agencies are those who are receiving related services. And so related services are such as your speech and language pathologist, your occupational therapist, physical therapist. A big one for us is our interpreters for American Sign Language. So what we had done a number of years ago, we had moved our children who are deaf or hard of hearing to their schools of neighborhood to give them the opportunity to be around their neighborhood friends. So with that, many times we have interpreters who need to be with them at their school sites. So that's under the non-public agencies.
Point of order on this. Oh, sorry.
Mr.
Am I good? Okay, point of order on these. I'm looking at 12.3A and 12.4. And I'm looking at the buttons, NPA list and projected budget 2023 on 12.3. And then I go to 12.4 and I hit it and it's the same darn thing. And so why is that happening? Can't just be my computer.
So what we have here, and if that is a mistake, that's a mistake. And that's something we'll have to clarify. But for 12.3, that is for non-public schools. And right, and then 12.4 is our non-public agencies. Oh, actually, they're agencies working with our students through related services. So they would not be with our non-public schools. Yeah, so they would be pushing into our school sites to provide that support to us. And again, especially our American Sign Language interpreters.
May I interject real quick? There is a different document. It lists for the agencies, there's a list, and then there's the master contract for the first item. Yeah, it's titled as the same attachment. However, they're different documents once you open them up. So we'll make that distinction going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Comment.
Maria Mendez, comment.
Thank you. What is the name of the agencies that we're gonna contract with?
So for the non-public agencies, it's Blazer Works, which is a company that works with various non-public agencies to provide services such as speech and language pathology, school psychology, occupational therapy. Another is Central Valley Training Center, which is here in Stockton, which is to work with primarily 18-year-olds and above. So it helps with the services of transitioning students once they're out of high school. Easter Seals is a contract that's primarily for our occupational therapy and physical therapy. So they're in addition to our services we provide within our district. Eaton Interpreter, that's the largest one, which is that of the American Sign Language interpreters. So we provide that interpreting service to our students within our schools, within the district. And then the last one is Point Quest pediatrics therapy. That's for primarily our behavior intervention support services. So a lot of us students that need services beyond what we can provide in the district of one-on-one service.
Okay, because I mean, I'm not seeing where the actual, the name of the company with their address and phone numbers and everything else. That's why it was like a like on the cover sheet. I don't know
Right.
who actually did fill out the agenda section on this. But the other concern of mine is, I know the district has some forms, a contractual forms when we're gonna go to contract, not besides having the agency's contract, but it's also we have to use ours because of the ed codes
Yes.
and everything, but I don't see that attached, either agenda item.
So you're talking about the utilization forms and such. So once this is approved, then we'll move forward to making sure that everything's established and signed up. But we still have to wait for approval from the US board before we can move that forward.
All of these have been vetted through San Joaquin County Office of Ed and other stakeholders. So it's like that's why we list them, because they're the vendors that they've all decided on using.
So-
President Mendez, could I offer some clarification?
Yes, it is. Can you please step in, please, sir?
So just to try to clarify some of the questions, in 12.3 is the agenda item for non-public schools, and 12.4, as was mentioned, is the agenda item for non-public agencies. And they both have attached the same master contract, but the reason for that is the same template is used by the state of California
Yes.
for both non-public schools and non-public agencies. So that's what it's supposed to be. It's exactly the same template that's used for either one. And what's the difference in the agenda item simply is the list of either the non-public schools or the non-public agencies.
Thank you.
But the contract itself, the form is the same, and that's the California Department of Education format for contracts for this purpose.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Yes, so this contract, each agency is gonna sign this contract? Because
Yes.
there's multiple, but okay, so which contract are they gonna sign? Because this contract is only one for master.
So they would be signing specifically to non-public school services. So the non-public schools that are the non-public schools would sign it specifically to them, and it would be identified specifically with them to sign off on. And that'd be individual. And the same thing with the non-public agencies. Each individual agency will sign up the contract specifically to them in agreements with us.
And that's the one, the next step that you're gonna bring forward for the board to ratify those contracts, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any more questions?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. If there's no more questions, let's get it to the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody who oppose
No.
I abstain.
and abstain? Thank you. 12.5, action approval contracts with Fax Education Solution is a third-party contractor to provide suitable service on behalf of private schools. An annunciation of the cathedral presentation per school, St. Luke's Catholic Elementary, St. Mary's High School, identify other 2022-2023 equitable services plans for 1-year term for 2022-2023. I need a first and a second for these items.
First. All right, second.
We got a first and a second discussion. Hear none. Get ready to the vote. Everybody in favor, say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Nominees, I think. To 12.6, approval purchase of Hollis Essential of Human Anatomy for Psychology. Who second?
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Any
Discussion,
discussion for this item?
discussion.
Maria, discussion?
Was this vetted through with STA?
Yes, it was.
Any more questions? Here none, let's get it ready for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any discussion or anything that you guys, no, nobody wants to, everybody 7 or something? No, I can hear everybody. Okay, thank you. 12.7, approval agreement with the teacher created materials to provide training sessions focused on universal design of learning and high quality first instruction practices for the 2022-2023 school year. We need a first and a second.
I'll do the first, Madam
Second.
President.
We got a first and a second discussion. Hearing none, ready for the vote? Everybody who agrees, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All 7, thank you. 12.8, approval to utilize the San Joaquin County Office of Education, Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math STEM Department of K-12 Science and Professional Development for the year of 2022-23 school years. First and second,
I'll do the first.
Second.
we have a first and a second. Discussion. Hear none, get ready for the vote. Everybody who agrees, say aye.
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 7, thank you. 12.9, approval group of 50 teachers, coaches, administrators for specialists to attend the CMC North Asilomar Math Conference, December the 2nd to the 4th, 2022. We need a first and a second.
I'll do the first.
Second. Any question? Mr. Scott Brian?
It's approximately 65,000 from Title I.
Okay, no, anybody have any more questions about this item?
I do. I
Maria
would like to
Mendez?
know how the individuals are gonna be selected because we have more than 50 teachers in our school district.
Mrs. Villaseñor?
Again, we'll begin with the steering committee and our math leaders. And this is more focused on the 9th through 12th grade levels. So with 52, I think there's adequate number, and perhaps it wasn't clearly stated here, but it is 9th through 12th grade teachers.
Any more questions? Get ready for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
7, thank you. And we have 12.10, approval of purchase or get more math GMM program for all 9-12 high school students. We need a first and a second.
I'll do the second.
We have first and second. Any discussion? Here none, ready for the vote. Everybody who agrees, say aye.
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 Thank you. 7 pass. Motion pass. 13.1, adoption of resolution 2152 for the 2022-2023 professional internship permits. We need a first and a second.
First.
Second.
We got first and a second discussion. Here none, ready for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. 7 pass. 13.2, adoption declaration of need of fully qualified educators for 2022-2023 school year. We need a first and a second.
First.
Second.
We got a first and a second discussion.
Discussion.
Maria Mendez, and after Maria Mendez, Mr. Scott Mabran.
Thank you. Why do we have to adopt a resolution or this
Mrs.
part?
Villaseñor?
Declaration?
Mrs. Lane?
The district is required to inform the board of this need on an annual basis. It has been brought to the board for the last few years.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Scott Mabran have a question.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. No more questions. Ready for the vote? Everybody who agree on this item, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passed 7. Now we got 13.4, approval to reinstate a certificate possession curriculum special. 13.3, approval memorandum and understand between Stock Unified District School District and the San Joaquin County of Education residents are at Teachers College in San Joaquin.
I'll do the first, Madam
Second.
President.
We got first and second discussion. Here none, for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion pass. 7 unanimous. 13.4, approval reinstate a certificate possession curriculum specialist, special education. I need a first and a second.
I'll do the second.
Okay, we got first and a second discussion. Mr. Hernandez, please.
Get it out to all your people and get that curriculum that you want out there. It's gonna be so helpful for all of our kids in what, grades K through 12?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, trustee McBride. So it's really been a good collaboration between educational service with student services, including special education over the last couple of years. Through that process, what we've identified is that collaboration, I needed to identify a special education administrator to work in collaboration with the directors on the ed service side. But that person's stretched thin in how she can be involved. We needed someone to be specifically knowledgeable, not only of the gen ed curriculum, because we have our kids being mainstreamed, but we also needed to have someone who was specialist in special education curriculum to make sure that we're providing that with fidelity. So this person would not only be looking at the understanding curriculum through K through 12, but making sure that they push into the classroom to do walkthroughs to see that instruction is being done properly. And if there's support and services that especially our new teachers need to have, this person can help support that and provide that to them.
Comment, concern?
Yes.
I like that overall. So good. My only concern is when you split them up. Usually that does more harm than good because they can't give their all to their one school site. And if there's any way that you guys can at least, because I see here you got one for Nightingale and Washington, right? For a pre-kindergarten for autism.
I think
Am
trustee.
I on the right one?
We're on 13.4 right now, trustee. Yes.
Any more questions?
Yes,
Maria
would
Mendez?
this person will be also be part of within the curriculum department, or is it gonna be stationed in your department?
It will be stationed in our department, but we'll have meeting access to all the meetings that are happening in curriculum. That will be our representative. It's kind of like the person who would say, have you thought about special education? And so they will help with that and also deliver some of that material that would be in the support of the core curriculum.
That's pretty
My
nice.
other question is, it's kind of off topic, but it's partial with this.
Sure.
Because I know there's a group of parents in the community that they want their own committee, like DLAC committee.
Mhm.
But because this is under special education funds.
Right.
They want their own committee because they're very vocal and they are coming with vengeance because we haven't given them services to our special needs students. So I'm just giving you heads
Thank
up on that.
Thank you, because with that, we've been proactive in reaching out to a specific point of contact for that group. So I just got that information last week from another agency. So I'll be reaching out to them to see what we can do to collaborate with them. Yeah.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
If nobody got question, let's get ready to the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion pass, miss. 13.5, approval, additional certificate in classified FTE positions. I need a first and second.
First. I'll do the second.
Question?
Discussion,
Yes.
question, Maria Mendez?
Thank you. Are these positions, because it's 30.5? Ms. Lane. Are these positions new positions to the school sites as they're listed, or why do we need these positions?
So as we looked at this current year, our actuals for our class sizes should have been 12 to 14 students. Some classes are running up 18 to 21 students. And so we were doing on a bi-weekly basis, meeting with STA to give them the numbers of where we're at and work with them and having an understanding of the challenge we're having, because if we didn't have teachers in the slots to be able to cover, then that's why our increase for our class sizes. So with this, it's helping cover classes that were beyond what the 12 to 14 student class ratio should be. So that's the purpose of these classes.
Okay, because I know that, there's multiple sites with different, I know Walton.
Mhm.
And believe me, we are beyond, we're screaming for help. They're bleeding over there. But the other sites, I know that they actually have some positions, but are you focusing also regarding the special day?
It's primarily special day, and where you see the need is within our autism and mod severe programs. And so when we're looking at the what they call the rollover every year of the students from one grade to another, that we are seeing the actual numbers of students rolling over into these classes, meaning that we're needing to provide those services for them with the proper curriculum, proper level of support and services at those grade levels.
Any more questions?
Thank you.
Yeah. So go back to my question.
Sure.
Nightingale and Washington, is there any way like where they don't have to be split like that and they can be dedicated to one school site?
So typically what happens with, if it's a split, it means that their caseload for a resource is that it could be up to 27, 28. And so at the site, they may not have 27 or 28. So therefore we have to determine what job share we can do to allow them to be at two sites. So if their numbers are lower, we don't want to have a full-time teacher with lower number of students when we have needs at other sites that would help support that other site too.
And then was STA and the other unions involved in this?
STA has been aware the full year of our needs, and we every 2 weeks we're providing them with our numbers of what our caseloads are at throughout the school sites. So with Felicia and Lenita, we're meeting with them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Here none, get ready for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, motion passed unanimous.
Thank you.
We have 13.6 approval of AB 1200 financial public disclosure forms regarding the financial impact of the district and tentative agreements with TA with the Stockton Stockton Personal Association, SPPA Incorporated, and the Stockton Teacher Association, STA. I need a first and second.
I'll do the second.
We got a first and second. Any discussion about this item? Here none, ready for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
No, my vote's no.
Okay, we have 6-1. Thank you.
And it's saying, well, my notes here. AB 1200. The financial public disclosure form. It's should only reflect 4% on page 3, and the details on column 2 has no data. So it's an incomplete document.
Thank you.
Thank you. I
It's
changed my
updated.
vote to
Thank you.
no. Thank you.
Changing the vote to no, thank you. Now. 14.1, adoption resolution number 2154, approving adoption school fee facility justification report for residential, commercial, and industrial development projects and authorization increase of statutory level one developer fees. I need a first and a second.
Scott, I'd like to amend that motion and do 14.1 and 14.2 together. It's the same presentation.
I will do second.
Thank you.
Discussion?
Hold on, we have a first and a second. Now we have discussion.
I just need some clarifying. I'm not really understanding because on 14.2, it has like, is it two things? Like, are we approving and adopting the needs analysis and justification study and authorizing alternative school facility fees? So are we doing both? Should it be two different things?
Thank you. Right here is the expert right here. Thank you.
Well, past my bedtime. Kevin Sullivan, again, you saw me earlier. I'm with School Facility Consultants. We prepared the reports. It might be better to take these items separately. In the first item, the district is presenting you with a report where you'll be making findings and increasing the level one developer fees. In the second item, we are proposing that you adopt our report, which includes a fee, which would go into effect immediately.
Thank you.
Pardon? Oh, sorry. In the second item, the school facility needs analysis, the report, we're asking that the board approve the report to implement the level two developer fee, which would go into effect immediately.
Thank you.
It should be two things.
Immediately.
So it's two things. It's written as one item, but it should be separated into two items. So one is the study and then one is the fees.
No, the two item 14.1 is all by itself and 14.2 would be all by itself.
No,
Thank
point
So,
of
like,
clarification.
Yeah, because that's why I'm
She's just-
confused.
She's saying in 14.1 that there is an adoption of the resolution that includes a report and then the authorization. And then 14.2 is also formatted the same way. So each one looks like two actions. When in reality, those are a recommendation and then the action of the recommendation of
Yeah,
each one.
They're two reports.
Okay. Okay. 14.1, adoption for resolution, and I need a second. We got first and second. Yeah. Mhm.
No.
Together?
Yep.
No.
But he just recommended that we do it separately. So- Okay.
Yeah, but he said he suggests to get separate.
To vote them separately because they're two different reports.
It was definitely a recommendation, but when he made that recommendation, it was based on what you were saying. So you thought it was two reports and I was like, no, it's just two authorizations in each report. And so that's probably why he was recommending to do them at once. But if we fully understand each, then there's no issue approving them both.
Let's vote it. We don't have any more questions and we know what it is. Everybody ready for the vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All who are not in favor, say
No.
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 Thank you. 4-3. Thank you. Now we have 14.3, approval awarding contracts, extensions, cooperative agreements, and non-competitive procurement. We need a first recruitment. We need a first and a second.
All first.
I'll do the second.
Thank you. We got first. Any comments? Any comments? Discussions?
Yeah.
That is 14.3. Here none, ready for the call, for the vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All
aye.
against the item?
No.
No.
Okay. All abstaining?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. 14.4, 12.4, purchase of 101 voice reliable business communications from IT management. We need a first and a second.
I'll do the first.
I'll second.
First and second discussion about this item. Maria Mendez.
Discussion. Thank you. Wasn't this a similar agenda item that was brought forward to the board in previous board meetings for something like this?
Can you please come to the podium, sir, and address trustee Maria Mendez with her questions?
Yes, good evening. Yes, certainly, Ms. Mendes. Yes, it was brought to the board. And that time we were trying to move from AT&T's old technology to AT&T's newer technology. So when we moved and we started transitioning, it took us about 3 months to just test and move one school. So comparing moving 54 schools plus other sites, total 63 sites, it would eventually take us much longer time. And then we started looking and evaluating some other solutions. And that's where we came across with 101 Voice. And they are guaranteeing it to transition within 1 month.
So are we using the other agencies that the board has approved already? Have they done any work? I mean, because we're gonna have like 2 or 3 bills. That's what I'm asking.
No, this will be, we are moving away from AT&T and transitioning into 101 Voice. That is the our voice over IP provider, equivalent to AT&T. So it'll be only one bill.
Only one, yeah, but we did approve the board did approve the other ones, like you stated, and it just, I mean, you should, when it's notations or whatever attachments, it's best for you guys to give us all the information. Because to me, when I go back and I'm like, there's something similar that we already approved towards the 5Gs and all these other, stuff that whatever you guys are doing, because they're different companies. So we're like using them, but go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. So just to clarify, at that time when we moved with AT&T, it was on a month-to-month basis. And now it is with a 3-year contract. So once we transition, being AT&T was 1 month, so there will not be a duplicate or double billing.
Question.
Sure.
Come, Brian.
So we're gonna pay them $104,809 all at once for the whole 36 months, or are we gonna pay that on a monthly basis? And if that is the bill, does that pretty well take care of everything? We're not gonna be paying anybody else. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So first, we will be paying total bill of 104,000 over the term of 36 months with a monthly bill of $2,911.37.
Thank you. Is any more questions?
Correct.
Any more questions?
Well, it's like your household, when you move from one house to another house, you're gonna have that bill from the old house and the new bill. Same thing with AT&T until we do the transition. It's gonna be the same thing. We're still gonna have the AT&T until we transition to this one.
Everything was monthly to monthly. Now we're going to a different stage. Thank you. Is any more questions? Here none, get ready for the vote. All agree? Say aye.
Aye.
Any abstains?
Sorry, my vote's no.
My vote is no.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Now we go to 14.5, approve and authorize the architectural service agreement with DCA Architects for the new play and shade structures in Van Buren Elementary School. We need a first and a second.
I'll do the first.
I'll second.
Okay, we have first and second. Any discussions?
Yes.
Okay,
Did
ready,
we
Maria Mendez?
actually have an RFP for this?
Mr., who's gonna be answering this question,
Yes,
sir?
we have Mr. Orozco come up. Mr. Orozco.
Mr. Armando, can you please come to the podium. And please, Maria Mendez have questions for you, sir.
Yes, so for Van Buren Playground, we're gonna, excuse me, I'm a little tired today, procure it through CMAS, through the CMAS contract. So we're doing a little different method. So it's still through government contract bidding procedures, which we're gonna adopt here as well.
Did this RFPs came forward to the board prior to this agenda item?
No, we didn't do an RFP. So we didn't do a traditional RFP. We're gonna do it the California National California Bidding Contracting Award is what you guys are excuse me, God, 4 a.m. morning got me a little tired today. So we're doing it again. CMAS is a government contract, procurement contract that we're piggybacking off of the state of California. So the bid, it's been pre-bidded, so it's part of the CMAS contract. So instead of the traditional year and a half to do a playground through architectural services, we're doing a new playground here at Van Buren, which is going to be the first one we've done, which cuts out a lot of the middleman to show the district and show you guys how we can streamline use of national contracts.
Are we gonna, moving forward, when we do a lot of these projects, are we gonna go through the state of California, so it'll be cheaper as well? Like,
Exactly.
okay,
Exactly.
perfect, thank you.
Exactly.
Any more questions?
We're hoping for the start of school year, depending on as we get the availability, we have preliminary that it is available. So we get the contracts soon, get it ordered. We are hoping to have it at the start of school year. That is our goal. Exactly.
Any more questions? Thank you, Mr. Armando.
Okay, you're welcome.
Ready for the vote? All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Abstaining? Thank you. We have 14.6 approval awarding contract with Keenan and Associates for TPA services, third-party administration for workers' compensation. We need a first and a second.
Madam President, I'll do the first, but I just wanted to make sure that I updated all the trustees that we had an additional document because the first one was it wasn't correct. So the second one was revised and it passed out before the meeting. Dr. Lipton went around and made sure we had the appropriate one.
Yes.
But I'll do the first.
I'll second.
Got a second by Mr. Zachary Avelar. Now we go to discussion.
Trustee Rico,
Trustee Rico?
I just have a quick comment.
Yeah.
So I remember I asked Mr. Lipton about the agenda review and they say everything, it was okay, it was accepted as it was. So I don't get it why we had this right now.
Thank you, Mrs. Rico. The paperwork was posted right there before the meeting, right there by your chair. All of us, we got posted.
I'm referring about the agenda review. Do you remember? Or no?
Thank you, Mrs. Alicia
Thank
Rico.
you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Comment. So if the agenda review and everything else, like Trustee Rico stating that everything was good with the contractual and agreement and everything else. And today, which I put the date when it was received and the time, which it was 3 minutes before 5 o'clock, the board got new documentation, which is couple pages, 14 pages to go through and vet it through before we actually vote. That's what Trustee Rico.
Point of clarification, Dr. Lipton, can you give us an update? I know that you kind of advised us to give that understanding, and Dr. Lipton is the one who gave the information, so I think he would be the best to answer you guys' inquiries.
Mr. Lipton?
Yes, thank you, President Mendez. So with respect to this particular contract, I had legal concerns with the contract when I first reviewed it, specifically with respect to Section 10, limitation of liability. I expressed those concerns to staff and that got communicated to Keenan. And I had a conference with the attorney for Keenan, and we were negotiating revisions to the contract. I finally heard from them shortly before this meeting, and I had another conversation with them right before, and I think it was just less than an hour before the start of the meeting that I finally got a revised language for Section 10, limitation of liability, which in my view provides better protection for the district, and that was also signed by Keenan, and that's the reason why there was a revision to this contract.
And then Dr. Lipton, I just wanted to ask, so from what you just explained, no one that saw the agenda on Friday, even if they did take part in full, or if they saw the one online, would have saw this because this didn't happen or didn't finish up until, like you're saying, an hour before the board meeting.
Trustee Zula, that's correct. This particular item was pending, and if it weren't resolved, it would have been pulled off the agenda. But it was important to get this on the agenda because this is important service that Keenan provides. But there frankly was a dispute with respect to the language of section 10, and that just got resolved right before the meeting started.
And then Dr. Lipton, the last question that I would ask is, did you let any trustees before you came here physically today know about that information as in terms of like the revised contract that we'd be seeing? Because my first seeing it was here at this table.
Trustee Zuleta, unfortunately, I did not have an opportunity to advise any trustee of the revision because it happened right before the meeting. Normally, it would send out a memo or something like that. And it's sort of a technical revision to the language in section 10, which provides more protection to the district. But unfortunately, to answer your question, I did not have an opportunity to advise the trustees in advance.
Thank you, sir.
Question. Is there any way that we can pull it for today so that we have time to review the documents and bring it back to the next agenda? I second that.
I was gonna say, we already got a first and a second, so you guys are asking for a replacement motion.
Yeah, if that's possible. I think this way we have time to look at it. And then also for those in the audience who don't understand, to be able to explain what Keenan is and why why we want more information. Dr. Lipton, can you explain what services Keenan is or what the relationship that we have with them is?
Yes, Trustee Flores, Keenan and Associates is a company that serves school districts throughout the state, and they provide two different types of services to the district. One having to do with servicing litigation, and the other, which is the subject of this particular contract, is handling the workers' compensation claims that all of the claims and investigation of claims and assignment of legal counsel for workers' compensation claims are handled by Keenan and Associates. And that's the purpose of this agreement, to make those arrangements with Keenan. Anytime an employee is injured and there's some sort of appeal with respect to their workers' compensation benefits, that's all handled by Keenan and Associates. And like I mentioned, they provide this service for school districts throughout the state of California.
And Dr. Lipton, is it safe to say that, I like to put it so that we get a real clear understanding. There's a workman's compensation or a lawsuit handled. Each school district puts in so much money into like a pot. And then when the lawsuit comes, when we pay the lawsuit out, a portion comes out of that pot to the person in the lawsuit who wins or go over. Is that correct? Is that how that works?
Trustee Flores, not exactly with respect to workers' compensation claims. That in California and in most states, when an employee is injured, they are precluded from filing a lawsuit against their employer. That workers' compensation is known as the exclusive remedy, meaning that they can't file a lawsuit against the district, but they can file a claim to be compensated for lost time at work or for injuries they suffered at work. And again, workers' compensation has to do with workplace injuries specifically. And it's all covered through the district's workers' compensation insurance.
And is it limited to workman's compensation, or could it be civil lawsuits as well?
This particular contract has to do exclusively with workers' compensation, and the district has another agreement, which is not on the agenda today, that covers Keenan's involvement in civil litigation.
I would like to know what section 10 is. I don't know what you're talking about on section 10. So where do I look to find that?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lipton.
Page 4.
Trustee Rico.
Yes, trustee Rico?
Also, I want to put in the record that this agenda, this meeting, I'm sorry, this agenda wasn't reviewed on the day that we supposed to review. So I don't know if we are violating any code because I'm new as a trustee. So Mr. Lipton, can you just
Can you
help me
just
with that?
allow Mr. Lepton do the first thing for Mr. Scama, Brian, and he's gonna answer your question. Thank you.
I'm sorry, trustee Rico, I wasn't quite understanding what the question was.
My question is, are we violate any code? Because we not review this agenda for this meeting?
Point of clarification, Dr. Lipton, could you give us an outline on like what constitutes the authority for the agenda review? As far as my understanding, the president has the sole authority under the agenda review and the other trustees are only there at her discretion.
Also, the agenda review time, it was 2:30. I got here at 2:34 and the agenda review was over. That's why Miss President Mendez told me. So I decided to contact Mr. Ramirez and ask about the agenda review. And he told me, no, the agenda review wasn't. It wasn't a review. So the agenda review was accepted. It is.
Point of clarification, Dr. Lipton, could you please respond to what I asked initially about the authority of the agenda review? President, if you would allow it.
Yes, Mr. Lepton, please.
So to respond to trustee Zulueta's question, the preparation of the agenda is not set forth in law, but rather is set forth in board bylaw, which provides that the board agendas are created by the superintendent in conjunction with the board president. And that's the process for developing board agendas, except for special meetings, which are called either by the board president or by a majority of the board. And in either case, that's the person or group that establishes the agenda for a special board meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Question.
Maria Mendez?
So trustee Rico stating, was this agenda item in the in the agenda draft? Yes or no?
Trustee Mendez, yes, this agenda item was in the original draft agenda. And like I had mentioned before, when I initially reviewed it, I had legal concerns with this section 10.
And the new attachment is attached because we received it late.
Yes, it's attached.
The latest version is attached on the district website. That Ms. Alejo attached it right before the board meeting started, and had copies available for the public and for the trustees.
Mr. Lipton, I'm not sure you answered my question about if we violate any codes because we're running a meeting when this meeting wasn't a review before the meeting.
Trustee Rico, I can answer the question and say that the board has not violated any law or board bylaw or policy with respect to this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Lepton.
I'm not talking about just this agenda item. I'm talking about all the agenda because we wasn't reviewed the agenda.
Can you please respond, Mr. Lepton?
The agenda was prepared by the superintendent's office, and it was reviewed by the board president, and the board president gave authority for the agenda to be published, and that satisfied the legal requirements under the board bylaws. There's no other procedural requirement to publish the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Lipton. I know as far the agenda wasn't reviewed. Thank you.
Again, I would like to motion to pull this item for the next board meeting. So, Vice President Ray, I don't know how. We did.
I said I second.
Yeah.
No, President Mendez, excuse me, just procedurally, I thought there already was a motion and a second to approve the item. So, so a subsequent motion would be essentially a substitute motion. And the first step in that would be to see if the maker and seconder of the motion will agree to that substitution. If not, then there needs to be a vote on the second motion to see if in fact it can substitute for the motion that's on the floor.
We voting for the second motion first? That will be then.
Yes.
Angela Flores and Elisa Rico.
So the second motion is to pull this and table it to next meeting. That's what they motion, Madam President.
Okay, we have this one, the next motion to pull the item and second it to the next board meeting, this item. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. 4-3. Yeah, thank you. .7 authorization to extend lease term to the East Marsh Lane office building with option to purchase. We need a first and a second.
All first. I'll do the second.
Comment?
Yeah, you ready?
Madam
Yes.
President, pardon me, Madam President, we are approaching, it is 10:24. So at 10:30 time mark is near.
But we still have the actual other, oral comments. I don't know, we have cards.
30 minutes. We've only got like a couple things left.
Yeah.
If y'all want to stay here for an hour, y'all can be my guest.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to extend the board meeting for 30 minutes.
Thank you. I will second that.
Yeah.
Second for a vote. All in favors, say
Aye.
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 Not
Aye.
staying in that hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're wasting a lot more time laughing and making jokes.
That means we love what we're doing.
I'll second.
And you have a
Comments?
question.
Yes, I do.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And then after that, Angel and Flores have a question.
My big question is, where's the money gonna come from and can we afford, especially when if recession comes in? Do we really need another building?
Question, please.
So.
Battle somebody?
Yeah, so yes, the money is coming from the general fund. This is lease that the district has had for this program, young adult program, for quite a while. I know that this, from my understanding, they would like to stay in this facility, and we are going to look to see if we can find a permanent home. They need a permanent home, and whether it's here or somewhere else throughout the district, we'll have to make a determination through the board. But for right now, we need to extend the lease so that they can continue to provide services out of these facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Benz. Can you come to the podium, please, for your children?
Is it this building, St. Mark's Plaza, or is it the special, the other one that is the YAP program is that?
Thank you, trustee Mendez.
Thank you.
It is the March Lane Young Adult Program. And
Okay.
right now, when they did the walkthrough, they saw we don't have any storage or places around it, but if we were to purchase the building, it would be the full building, which would allow us for their places for a staff to have their breaks, for students to have their dedicated lunchroom, and then for the facilities to be appropriate for receiving parents and others into the campus. So that's the purpose of it.
I thought we already, the board, previous board, we had adopted something like rent to own. I don't know, did that change? according to my knowledge, it was rent to own.
And I believe and the CBO can help us with that, but I believe that is what we're moving towards. That we're one more year to lease and then the consideration.
Yeah, it's a lease with option to purchase. So it's not a rent to own, it's a lease with option to purchase.
So we'd never, this district, this board never approved an actual documentation in the past to do a rent to own, because I thought through a previous CBO, that's what they were doing. I don't know what actually happened.
I don't know anything about that.
Thank
Uh,
you. Any more questions? Then you guys to have Mr. Benz, please.
I don't think that it would be a wise fiscal business decision to move forward with this, especially when I just gave a lot of discrepancies in our budget report that we don't have explanations for. So at the end of the day, the budget is not complete or correct. And so therefore we don't have the exact amount of what we're going to have in our general fund, and considering everything else that's coming up as well. Consider we have a lot of lawsuits that are coming against us. So I do agree that if the school has those needs, that it's up to our cabinet to look at other elsewhere and other buildings to see what we can do to still be able to provide those needs for those students. But honestly, as a board member, fiscally responsibly, it's like telling your kids, we're going to go on a vacation, we're going to buy a new car, but we haven't been able to pay our mortgage.
I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Any more comments?
And rent to own is just another language of saying lease to option. I mean, lease to buy.
Thank you. Any more comments? Here none. Ready for the vote? Ready for the vote now. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Abstains? Thank you.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lepton. 14.8, authorized for the approval California multiple work schedules number April 2778, 427800809C, 427800997B, and 4278009AB for purchase of playground equipment, floor covering, and fabricated structure. Person a second.
Madam President, I'd like to, approve 14.8 and 14.9. We already know what's going on with the emergency action at STAG. And then in addition, Mr. Orozco came up and he gave us some information on the CMAS contract and how it will help us to spend less money as we do some of these prefabricated playgrounds and structures for our school sites. So I think it would be in our best interest to go ahead and give these both consideration at the same time.
Thank you.
Hold on.
I will second that. Discussion.
No.
Discussion.
Yeah, so 14.7, has the work already begun? It hasn't? So KYA, they have not already began working with the
Point
contractor.
of clarification, trustee, we're already at 14.8.
That's what I'm talking about, 14.8. KYA, have they already began working on with this contractor?
No, they're actually, so this is going to be, the way the CMAS works is that after today, if it gets approved, then it allows the district to utilize the CMAS as a procurement method. Then what they're going to do is they're going to give us a purchase order, like a quote with the cost for the playground structure, the shade structure, the turf, all of that. And then that will come back to the board on June 28th. And that's when the board will actually approve those actual for the specific for Van Bruin. So this is just like a general, it allows us to go use this method. And then we'll come back on June 28th for the actual cost.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you. Any more questions? Let's get ready for the vote. Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No.
Who
Abstain.
abstain? How many abstains? Mhm. Thank you. Now we got to 15.1, student.
Wait,
exposure.
if we're 14.9 as well for STAG, I have a question on that.
We already voted. We already
Ye-
started the 15.1. It's the
Yeah.
same thing.
Okay, well, I still want it on record that if this is still considered an emergency after 5 months, has CSEA been involved in this at all?
I
So
think,
those are my concerns. I just want to put it on record. You don't have to take the time to answer me, but it's there.
Podium, please.
well, Madam President, I think that it's all listed here, but the last piece is the final repair part.
She wants it like this. Please, can you
Okay.
come, Mr.? I'm sorry, sir.
So I'm sorry, so CSCA involvement, so this has been the ongoing, we're waiting for the buzz bar. We have the contract that's been approved with Brockman and Woody. We're just waiting for the part to be made still. So switchgear electronics, it's enormously long lead times, unfortunately. So we're still waiting for the product to be made.
Is there any way that we can receive a letter from the company telling us that?
That could be, yeah, we have communication with Brockman and Woody, so I'll get the emails and we can get communication directly from the manufacturer.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Orozco. Thank you for your attention.
And it's because people are asking.
Yeah.
And so this way, when they ask, I have something to say, okay, well, this is where it's at, for.
And in all transparency, it's ridiculous. We're waiting, everybody's dealing with worldwide for electronics. It's just
Thank you.
astronomically
Now,
too long.
thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Orozco. We got 15.1 is student exposure.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve all of these in the same vote.
Thank you. Any comments? Let's get ready for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Abstain.
Us.
Now we have 16.1 oral suggestions and comments for the community regarding non-agenda items. Back to you, Christina.
Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. Trustees, we have one comment for item 16.1.
We have another card.
Comment is from, we have two comment cards. The first comment card is from Miss Angeles Cortez. Señora Cortez, please come up to the podium and mic. Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Ángeles Cortés y la razón de mi...
Prenda el micrófono, señora Cortés.
Perdón, disculpe. A ver, ¿sí? Así es. Ok. Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Ángeles Cortés y la razón de mi estancia aquí es para pedirles de manera amable y respetuosa que si pudieran darme una solución, una respuesta a mi apelación a un caso que puse ante el distrito. Les voy a dar el número del caso, es 20C-2021-365999. Tristemente he sido humillada por mi discapacidad en el idioma por parte del señor Zulueta y por parte del señor Torres. Pido se publique mi queja y mi apelación juntas dentro de este distrito yo hago y quiero que se publique para que más padres no sean humillados como fui humillada yo junto con mis hijos. Mis hijos fueron traumados a raíz de esta situación. Exijo una respuesta, ya que he pasado casi un año y no he tenido una respuesta por escrito de la apelación. Tuve una respuesta de la queja, pero nunca de la apelación. A mis hijos nunca se les tomó una declaración de cómo se sintieron después de todo el trauma que les hicieron pasar de parte de la administración de la escuela primeros años de academia. El día 19 de mayo de este año, la directora de la escuela no me permitió entrar a las instalaciones de la escuela primeros años de academia. Incluyó con ella un arrebato de mis manos de manera de que yo llevaba unas cosas hacia el salón de mi niña y la actitud de ella no me gustó. Es por eso que yo quiero que se publique mi queja y que todos sepan la razón de mi queja y que haya una respuesta por escrito porque siento que se está atropellando mis derechos, los de mis hijos, me están humillando y ya basta de humillaciones, con todo respeto. Gracias. Primeros años de academia, vivo ahí en academia.
Good evening, everyone. With all due respect everybody deserves, I'm requesting a response to my appeal. Case number C 2021-36-59-99. I have been humiliated because of my language disability by Mr. Zuleta and Mr. Torres. I request that my complaint and appeal be published. I do it because I don't want more parents and children to be humiliated as my children and I were. My kids have been traumatized. I received an answer for my formal complaint, but not my appeal. I demand answers since it's almost been a year. My children have never been taken a statement from them. And I felt that after all this trauma they've been going through, I deserve to have an answer in writing because they were put through a lot by the school administration as well. This is Primary Years Academy. On May 19, the school principal did not allow me to go on campus to speak to my daughter's teacher. I was holding some items on my hand and the principal snatched them from my hands in a really bad way. I was taking this to my daughter's classroom. I demand that I received an answer because I have been humiliated and it's yet that no one has been able to do anything. So she wants it to be publicized, and this is Mrs. Angeles Cortez, Primary Years Academy.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora Cortés. Y como le comenté la otra vez, vuelva a meter otro complaint.
Gracias. Aprovechando, disculpen, gracias, señora Rico, porque fue usted la única persona que me ayudó, quizás poco dentro de sus capacidades, pero yo estoy muy agradecida con usted, señora Rico.
Siempre estaré aquí para ustedes, no lo olviden.
She would like to thank Mrs. Rico because she has been a trustee who has reached out, and in whatever capacity she's been able to, she's been supportive of her. So thank you.
Te quiero decir gracias por venir porque necesita mucho courage para venir aquí para hablar. Yo no sabía qué estaba pasando y estoy graciada por Rico que te ayudó. Pero aquí es una plataforma que puedes venir cuando quiera. No importa, no espera que alguien te manda una letra o respuesta porque es su right para venir, para decir qué está pasando con sus niños. Y yo me doy triste que ese pasó a ti y su familia.
Gracias, créame que me tiemblan los pies, me tiembla el cuerpo, porque tengo miedo a represalias. No tengo enemigos, mi familia, somos una familia de paz, pero sí tengo miedo, porque yo sé que cuando uno habla, lo quieren callar. Por eso
Gracias,
tengo
señora.
miedo.
Thank you. I am afraid. My feet are shaking. I do understand and I'm fearful of retaliation. My family doesn't have any enemies, but I understand that when we speak up, they try to silence us. So I am very afraid, but I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Thank you. And also,
have another person.
I understand your feeling because I'm in the same position as you right now. But I remember you told me one time, never give up. So let's continue.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Have any more
Thank
people
you.
for
Next
the
comment
comment?
card is from Miss Juliana Shirley.
Thank
Miss
you,
Shirley,
Mrs.
please come up to the podium and mic. Thank you.
She answered you, Ms. Rico, and she said that is the main reason why she's here, and thank you so much.
Good night. So just I want to say a comment about special education class. I would like to like an office with 13 or 14 kids, just the teacher without aid at the beginning. So they have a lot of trouble with one student, like with that behavior. So now I hear that they are going to move. So, I mean, then after that, they move to a regular classroom, but now I hear that they are gonna come back to the same classroom, and because the school is gonna add more students, so they need a space for the regular class students. So, but my question is, why is not equity for every student? So why you move special education kids to the really small place and don't keep them in the same place? So that's all my perception as a parent of a special education student. And also I see that teacher needs a lot of help with interventions, aids, a lot of help. They need be support. And also one other thing is as a mother, I have my son at summer school. And I hear something that I'm not sure, but I just wanna share with you, and I ask you if you can assure me that is true or false. So I hear that that people that pick up kids with a transportation, they don't pass background check. So as a mother, I concerned because a strange come to my house and pick up my son, but I just want to make sure that my son is in safe hands. So that's my questions. If you are sure that people works with kids have check backgrounds. So thank you.
Pregunta.
Thank you,
¿Qui-
Shirley.
¿Quién es la que, who picks up your child? Is it a yellow bus?
No.
What?
No, it's Stockton Center. It's, I'm not sure. I don't
It's a
remember.
regular van. Anybody can pull up.
Yeah, so I because on Friday, one man come to my house, introduced himself, and he said, "I'm gonna pick up your son on Monday." So you say, okay. So I take out the number of the plates, his phone number, his information, and then this today they call me and say he has some trouble to pick him up. So other people are gonna come to your house and pick him up. So I was really scared because it's the first time that my son take transportation. And as a mother, I always take care of my kids. He is my treasure. And sorry.
So nobody from transportation give you a call?
No. Yeah.
No,
the
transportation
school-
is not dealing with the summer school.
Did anybody call you
No,
from
the
transportation?
school called me.
Call you?
Yeah, the
Okay.
school called me to tell me that the person who's supposed to pick him up today has some trouble with the car, and the other person will come to pick my son up. But I just met him today, so I just want to make sure if these people who works with you as a Stockton Unified School District has been checked, because I don't know if is any people taking from outside, or you already contract them, but you make sure that kids are safe with this kind of transportation, because it's not like a yellow school bus, is like an SUV cars with the logos. I don't remember exactly the letters. Is Stockton Center. It has an apple, a red apple.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Thank you.
yeah,
I
that's
think
my
Ms.
question.
Roxana
You know what,
Villaseñor is
you
gonna.
know, Shirley, we live around real close from each other. Did you
Yes.
talk to the principal in San Joaquin about this?
No, he's not at San Joaquin. He's on Harrison because his homeschool is San Joaquin, but they sent to Harrison
Oh, you
because
sign him up in the after school, okay.
Because not all the school sites have summer school.
President Mendez.
We can talk after this. Shirley.
okay. Thank you.
President Mendez, I was going to say that, under the Brown Act, the board really can't be
No,
discussing in
that's-
detail, but on the other hand, the board could direct staff to intervene in this issue
Yeah,
and
right
report
now,
back to the board.
Ms. Villaseñor and Francine, Mrs. Francine Bear, please, I need then you get the phone number of this lady, Mrs. Charlene. She's my neighbor, and I know her children. And for her to be telling me this, I'm very concerned. So please address the necessities of what's going on in the after school right now.
Thank you, Shirley, because that was one of the points that I bring in my mind since I came in over here and I totally forgot about it. Thanks for bringing us.
Thank you,
May I-
Shirley.
May I?
Thank
President?
you. The meeting is adjourned.